Good morning and welcome to the third and final day of the Texas Groundwater Summit. Thanks to all of you who joined us last night for our networking reception sponsored by the Edwards Aquifer Authority, as well as our 10th birthday party. We had a great time out in the Lukenbach Pavilion and appreciate the Barton Springs Edwards Aquifer Conservation District, the Blanco Pedernales Groundwater Conservation District, Kinney County Groundwater Conservation District, and the Middle Pecos Groundwater Conservation District for sponsoring that really fun party. On the first day, I said, how important relationships are and how people need people, and such a big part of being here is establishing those connections, and I think folks went a long way in doing that last night over ping pong, cornhole, and trying to get the bar to stay open a little longer than they normally do. So thanks everyone for getting down here at 8:15. It's absolutely worth having set your alarm and made it down. I'm excited to announce our first keynote, but first I will thank the Glasscock Groundwater Conservation District for sponsoring breakfast. So our first keynote today is Senator Charles Perry. He has represented Senate District 28 since 2014 after serving two terms in the House, and has chaired the Senate Water, Ag, and Rural Affairs Committee for the past 4 sessions. During his time in the legislature, he's been an influential voice on Texas water. We so appreciate you being here, especially in light of all the competing and ongoing demands you have up in Austin. Thank you for the trip down this morning. Please join me in welcoming Senator Charles Perry.
Good morning. It's good to have everybody here. I always look forward to the opportunity to talk to people about water. That is the most important thing that we need and probably the least talked about in the political world that I live in. So not a whole lot of sense of urgency. I'm going to do a brief kind of a revisit of what we've done since I've been in the legislature as far as water goes. Some of the things that we've done that has tried to move your needle a little bit, right, wrong, or indifferent, depending on your perspectives, and then talk to you about where I believe your association, specifically your mission, your purpose is, and where what I think it looks like from an internal perspective at the Capitol going forward. So with that, I'm going to try to learn how to do technology. For those that know it, I'm not normally doing this stuff, so let me see if I can hit it that way. What? Does it point? Is it okay? I didn't know the clicker has an on or off. It says it's on. That's all right. There it is. Okay. Do what? They're doing it back there? Okay. Slide 1, can move on to slide 2 there. For those that have never been in the legislative process, we have hearings, and for those that have never talked to me or understood where I come from, I think this little clip will set the pace and tone of where I come from and how it kind of bleeds into yours. This was in last session. I've never seen a more session with an assault on private landowner rights, not just from a water perspective, but from a state taking without compensation perspective. Lots of different initiatives, all well-intended policies, but the landowner was in the crosshairs of every one of those. So roll video, please.
And that is where private property rights collide with policy. And that is where state control of groundwater becomes a conversation that I personally will never support, nor can the state give up private property rights, because surface water is owned by the state and managed by the state and regulated by the state. And the long-held property value of water underneath the surface owners has to be protected, because when we give up private property rights to state control, we have absolutely given up a cornerstone of a republic.
So that was probably after multiple bills coming through the session that, again, and I could go through a litany of them that were either disguised or unintended takeover of landowner rights without compensation. So I kind of had my belly full of it by then. I think that was the last hearing in the session. It was on a specific bill where an individual wanted to have a state agency do a lot of work and try to make the connection between ground and surface with the ultimate goal of bringing that ownership/management under state control. So we kind of go back to kind of the conflicts and kind of the inherent, it's inherent within a republic that there should be some type of healthy conflict between those that are serving under government capacity and those that are being served. That's just kind of how our republic is supposed to work. With respect to groundwater, we have obviously our rules, our constitution and things, and then we have those other issues that kind of provide that healthy tension to keep each other straight. It's our role as a management districts to manage a very finite source that we all have to have and hopefully extend the use of it, and that's what groundwaters feel that need was. At the same time, we've got law that says the landowners can do whatever they want to with it. So you'd have to be blind and kind of naive to ignore that relationship. So acknowledging that exists, where do we fit into as we go through? Well, my role since the 85th through the 87th has tried to bring some what I would call private landowner initiatives that build partnerships. For those that haven't heard me speak before, I'm not an anti-groundwater district individual. I think that they have an untenable job of trying to make sure that the resource that they have been given the responsibility to manage is used to the best of our ability, extends it as long as it can, conserve it when it's possible, and still allow landowners to do the things they need to do to keep Texas, the economy, and the other things it does. So there's no contempt on my part as to what role y'all fill in that. But I think that if we're all honest, we've not always made the most landowner-friendly decisions in that management style. So in the 85th, I proposed 1392, defines best available science, makes changes to the DFC development process. I'm a loser pay guy. I just think that if you're going to go to court and you sue or get sued, at the end of the day, the guy that had the case that wins should be compensated. I just think that's 101. That's not universally accepted throughout the judicial process. But on this issue, I think it's one. I was a loser pay, still a loser pay guy. We moved in the 86. We brought loser pay back. Then we introduced something called similar rules. Everybody was all up in arms as what similar rules was. Nobody could come to a consensus on similar rules. After that session, interesting enough, a lot of the districts decided they should look at similar rules and what that means. So I don't know what that says about the session or my ability to lead, but we didn't get there in 86. 87th, we ended up with 152, which really was a pretty good piece of legislation that did a lot of pretty decent things and good things that had been a consensus bill. And then I had one more run at loser pay that was honestly so watered down that it did nothing, but for whatever reason, the associations chose not to want to leave that in there. I know that the chairman on the House said it was his initiative, but I don't believe it. The bill was too good to have that one issue kill it. But I was very clear on the front end as the chairman. This was my last attempt, and it was my holy grail, if you will. And I just wasn't going to pass 152 without the way it was designed and the way it was built and the way it was approved coming out of my Senate hearing. That's the first bill we heard in the session, and I understand that it did leave some things on the table that we all would agree were good. I'm not making this stuff up, guys. I am privy to conversations that y'all are not privy to in the legislature, not because we're keeping anything from you, but people talk, and it's a membership relationship business that I'm in. And I can tell you without a doubt, and this is what I've said for over 6 years now, you're a dinosaur in the making. And what I mean by that, when dinosaurs cease to exist or lose their need, then there's no longer any need for you. And the reason that is because water is something we all need, and urban areas are looking for every way to get there, and they see you as a barrier. Water districts are a barrier to development of water at the urban level. Urban levels is where the population is. Urban levels is where the votes are. Urban levels are where the representation that meet in the Capitol domes are. You're facing something that I don't think that fully has been, you have grasped the concept. I can almost guarantee with certainty that if it wasn't for lack of focus on this issue, because people still are being able to get to the water they want, that your water district associations would cease to exist at the statewide level. They're not anti-water district. They just see you as a barrier to development of water in the urban areas, plain and simple. These are a few of the quotes that surfaced publicly last session. None of them were surprise. You can read the first one for yourself there. We should have all stakeholders at the table. Develop a process to have a single regulatory process over water in the Texas instead of having two. That's a sentiment shared by almost every urban representative that I've ever spoke to. That came from the former chair of natural resources in the House, Lyle Larson. And that was in a hearing. I would tell you, you need to go back and listen to some of those hearings that were some of these quoted. The next few were out of the Senate hearings, actually. One concern I have is with the WHAM that is so prescriptive, why not utilize academic research to be more flexible when they're not operating with the confines of WHAM? We had a conflict with GCDs with the probabilities of their DCs. One of my concerns is that Texas Water Development Board takes a hands-off approach. I'm concerned the current statute prevents Texas Water Development Board even from being a solver of disputes. And then the last one there surfaced about the last three sessions in some form. We've had people come and testify, we need to go to the Australian model. For people that don't know the Australian model, it's state control of all water resources. So this is what the conversations are going, and you only have to say it a few times before it gets momentum. And then when people like me are gone, people like you in urban areas find ways to take away from the landowners without compensation. So I feel like the guy that was on the treadmill, his girlfriend was running on the treadmill next to him. And he, looking around at her, he took advantage of the opportunity. He says, we ain't getting nowhere. We're not going anywhere. So we've spun some wheels the last few sessions. So what I really want to encourage you guys today is how do we come together and build some coalitions with the only people that you can partner with and know with certainty that your mission of preserving what we have as far as groundwater availability and those that can help fight that battle with you are your landowners. If you do not see the benefit of that relationship, or if you do not understand the significance of it, you're missing the boat. Because at the end of the day, when these urban assaults on the taking of more water out from beneath that property so that they can have an urban environment fulfill their goal. If you don't understand that those landowners are going to have the biggest stick in the room, because Texas is still a private property right state, and Texas is going to be one, I hope, until I die, and I hope until my great-grandkids get to go through whatever life here in Texas they do. But you got to start working with your landowners in a way. These initiatives I have proposed over the last few years have been landowner friendly for sure. I didn't think they were too overreaching. I can tell you a lot of my landowners feel the same, feel like they are not listened to. They feel like they're not engaged in the process. You get rid of the groundwater districts or the ground-up approach in it, they really will feel disconnected, because then they've lost their really, I think, one of their major supporters, if you will, of landowner rights. But there's not that understanding between the two groups that I think should be there today, knowing what I'm hearing and seeing coming out of this state. So that's been my kind of goal as I've sat through I just think that we need to have a better conversation. And when things like Senate Bill 152 come up, that the only provision regarding attorney's fees in that was I gave the discretion to the judge to not pay the groundwater district. That wasn't asking too much, so that it couldn't be an automatic. I don't think that was too much to ask, because there were some other really good things in 152. So where I'm going from here, next session, assuming I'm reelected, assuming that Lieutenant Governor Patrick keeps me at the water chair level, 152 is ready to go, in my opinion. Nothing needed to be added and nothing needed to be taken from it. I hope I'm clear on that. I think 153 is a good piece of bill for private landowners, Farm Bureau, everybody liked the bill. But I was really clear coming out of the committee that day that I sent it out that this was my last run. If that doesn't happen, then that's okay. That was a decision that the associations made to kill it. And if they kill it again, that's fine too. But if it's going to get killed, then don't waste the interim with me or my staff. I've got a lot of other water initiatives that I'm working really, really hard on. We did have some, and I think the next speaker today is going to talk about 601, which is really the first initiative to move towards a new water supply, not existing, but actually developing new supply. So I have a lot of other water initiatives that we've worked on. We've done some good things in 6 years. Flood plans. Texas is hopefully better prepared for the next hurricane season that we get. But we've done some really good stuff, and you guys are an integral part of our water planning system in Texas. But you're doing it in a silo. And I don't think you're paying attention to the one group that you need to. And I'll go to my grave being a landowner right guy. And I think majority of you people in here would do too. So let's put 152 back up and get it through. That's y'all's call. But if it's not going to go through as is, then I'm not going to refile it. So I'll just need to hear from you guys clearly on that. So with that, I think I'll take a few questions. I will say, well, I'll finish up a comment or two after questions. So I don't know what my time's like or where we're at, but got a few, about 5 minutes for questions for anybody that wants to ask. I'll try, and if I don't know it, Catherine, my trusty stalwart staffer back there, she's as good as they get when it comes to water issues and water law. So please contact us. Any questions? Yes, sir. The question is there a disconnect between private landowners and the election process of groundwater districts, correct? I haven't heard of that, if there is. I think it's unfortunately a reflection of not just the water district elections, but our elections in general. When you have single digits to very small digits of participation. And this is a niche, right? If you're not a farmer or a producer, somebody that's interested in landowner rights, you're probably not even engaged in those conversations. So I don't think that the process itself is disengaged or that there's a separation. I just think it reflects the apathy through our voter system. But I don't know that that's true in the groundwater district. And I don't know the frame of where your question's coming from, but I don't sense it. Good. Okay. So the question was based on do you think the private landowners out there understand the benefit of being involved in a groundwater management district? And I would think so. If I'm a private landowner, right, that have water that I pull and produce things with, I would think I would understand that. But that may be a good education forum for you guys, with some of the young guys coming through, to kick that initiative off. Leah and do a great job of making sure that can happen. You just need to include them and chase them, I think. Other questions? Yes, sir.
I really appreciate your comments about the urbanization of the legislature and the potential impact on rural Texas. And I'm curious your thoughts on what the impact of this step redistricting is going to be.
Good question. So we'll start redistricting Tuesday in earnest. For those that don't know it, we've been here way too long, so it's not going to be a fun day. The numbers, 29.5 million under, we keep pretty much our representation. We'll lose one representative probably west of I-35. If it had went over that, we actually would have been losing a Senate seat west of I-35. So right now, all in all, I'd say we came out pretty well. There's like 3.8 million or so west of I-35. You kind of give $1 million to El Paso straight up for a Senate race, and then the rest of us. So we're going to come out in a Senate side okay. We do expect we're going to lose a rep up probably in my area of the world. Is a pretty good bet. That's where the population won't support another rep up there. So, but rural Texas is going to be in good shape for another 10 years. If the numbers were going to be all right. It's the other things. It's waters and stuff like that. So, but redistricting begins next Tuesday for sure. Well, I'll leave you with a couple of things. There was a blonde, brunette, and a redhead facing a firing squad. So they were sitting around thinking, how are we going to get out of this? And so the redhead got up there and she goes, tornado. And they all ran off and she got off in all the chaos. So, the brunette was thinking, well, that worked out pretty good for there. She gets up there and says, Chisamani. Same thing happened. Chaos occurred. Everybody's running for cover. She gets off. The blonde gets up there, is leaning up against the wall. She said, well, I've picked up on this program. Fire. So I feel that's kind of like where we've been as a water district / legislature, and I'll take full responsibility for that. I think we've been ready to do some pretty good things, and then we shot ourselves in the foot. But I've been clear and I've been transparent. I think anybody that knows me knows where I stand. I think anybody knows me knows why I stand on that. It requires partnerships, and sometimes people that you wouldn't normally think are your best allies can be your best allies. And I would just ask you to reconsider those relationships on a local level. Have those producer meetings, even when it's not regarding legislation. And, engage them maybe outside of the district as far as your day-to-day business. Try to find a way to build those, because our private property rights in this state have never been more, I'm afraid, suspect at best going forward, because it's just, I saw it in so many different pieces of legislation. It's worth fighting for, but you guys can be a good piece of that, a good part of that if you choose to be. I'll have one more, and it's not even related to water districts, and it's usually when people want to shut it off if they're not paying attention to me. I was at a eulogy for a deputy sheriff gotten killed up in the Lubbock area a few months ago, and a pastor reminded me of the reason that I'm on this earth, and I think the majority of people in Texas probably understand. If you're a believer in Christ, you're never going to be any closer to hell than you are today. If you're a non-believer in Christ, you're never going to be any closer to heaven than you are today. So with that, I think of all the things that we have to do in front of us that we feel like are the priorities of the day, and they are important. We have one job on this earth, and that's to spread that good news. So that was a quick reminder from a deputy sheriff's funeral that I told him after I heard it from that pastor. In honor of that deputy sheriff, I'm going to share that every time I get a chance, but that's what we're called to do. So, guys, thank y'all for this. Thank you for being flexible on the time. I've never been in a legislature this crazy this year, and it's really beginning to wear thin on a lot of members. So, if you've got a problem with a member, be patient with them, but let us get through to next spring, and we'll be able to hopefully address some things. I'm looking forward to working with you. You choose what level and what that looks like, because I'm not moving much more than what I already have. All right, guys, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Chairman Perry, not only for coming here and making remarks to us all, but for your years of public service on behalf of the people of Texas. So next up, we're actually going to talk about a subject that Chairman Perry did mention, produced water. We have Dr. Venki Udamiri here from Texas Tech. He is a professor of civil, environmental, and construction engineering. the director of the Water Resource Center and co-director of the newly formed Texas Produced Water Consortium. Welcome.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation to come speak here. I had actually said I would speak if I were to go before Senator Perry, because I knew following Senator Perry would be a hard thing to do, but things didn't quite turn out the way it should be. But let's hope an engineer can get this to work. Guess not. Okay, so that reminds me of how many engineers does it take to change? Oh, we lost it completely. Anyway. So what I'm going to do today is talk about the Texas Produced Water Consortium, which is an offspring of Senate Bill 601 that Senator Perry mentioned. I'm going to talk about give you a broad overview of produced water, a waste or a resource. That's the question. And then some of the challenges and opportunities in reusing produced water, particularly with a focus on non-oil and gas applications. So, and I think hopefully I'll have enough time for questions as we move forward. Okay, looks like, so the Texas Produced Water Consortium, oops. Okay, I just want to point to the email there, txpwc@ttu.edu. That is our address. All the co-directors and others involved in the consortium have access to that email. So if you have any questions, that would be the best place to get in touch with us. So we all know that the water demands in Texas are growing. Much of the old water is already spoken for or is being dwindled or depleting at a very rapid rate. And water availability is becoming less reliable, climate change, changes in climate and such. So the question is, how do we augment this disconnect between the supply and demand? How do we overcome that supply and demand? So clearly there is the conservation side of things. Certainly we need to conserve as much as we can. But at the same time, we also have to be looking for augmenting our supplies with new sources. And are there new sources? If so, can we put those new sources to maximal use? So it turns out produced water, or the water that's produced as part of oil and gas operations, can be a substantial new source of water, at least locally where we have active shale plays. So you can see Eagle Ford in South Texas, the Permian Basin up in West Texas, and you will see that there are other basins as well that can produce oil and gas, and as a result produce water. So the Texas Produced Water Consortium was created by Senate Bill 601 during the 2021 legislative session. The consortium seeks to study the economics of beneficial uses of oil and gas waste and technology needed for those issues. So Senator Perry's mandate was very clear. Can we treat this water? Can we treat it to drinking water standards? Because if we can get it to drinking water standards, we can pretty much get it to any other standards of other uses, for other uses. And if there is technology, is there a way to do it cost effectively? So that's our first agenda, or the first charge, is to look at the economics of beneficial uses of oil and gas waste, particularly with an emphasis of using this water in non-oil and gas applications. And so we are supposed to write a report that'll be due in September in a year, in September 2022, and after October 1st, use that document as a basis for planning research and investigation goals that are directed by the members of the consortium. And then, of course, Senator Perry is very clear. He says, if you come out and tell us that, no, we can't treat this water, it is too expensive, it's not possible to do it at scale, then he really wants to put this produced water thing to rest. So the early part of the research is to really look and see, can we use this produced water economically? If so, how, where, why, and when? And then the next step would be to look at research to say what can be done to improve the beneficial use of produced water. So no later than September 21st, September 22, in 1 year from now, we write a report that looks at suggested changes to beneficial uses of oil and gas, or waste or produced water, and guidance for establishing, permitting, and testing standards of produced water. Produced water tends to be fairly heterogeneous. We call it produced water, but just like any other water, the chemistry of the produced water can vary quite a bit, not only across different shale plays, but also within shale plays as well. So I'm going to show you some examples of that. Economically feasible pilot project for state participation in a facility defined and designed and operated to recycle fluid oil, and an economic model. So the focus is, can we build something at scale to treat this produced water, and what are the economics behind this? So is there engineering, is there economics that will support the use of produced water? So the way the consortium is structured, the lead university is Texas Tech. And then we have a stakeholder advisory council that comprises of various water interests related to produced water, oil and gas, agriculture, and you can see that groundwater districts interact with all of these stakeholders. So as a result, groundwater districts are also a big component or big part of our stakeholders. We are guided by a government agency advisory council comprising of participants from Texas Railroad Commission, Energy Conservation Office, TCEQ, Texas Water Development Board, Texas Economic Development and Tourism Department and such, Texas Department of Ag. So this advisory board will advise us on things like what will be the membership fee, how do we bring people, what are the different stakeholders who we should be bringing in, things like that. So, and then, of course, the consortium is open to consortium members who participate in consortium activities, which initially includes planning, but eventually will move towards research and outreach activities. So the leadership, we have 3 co-directors. I'm one of the co-directors. I lead the Water Resources Center at Texas Tech. Dr. Marshall Watson, he's a petroleum engineer, so he brings in perspectives from the petroleum engineering side, and then Dr. Eric Bernard is from the Kastner, or the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, and he brings in the agricultural perspective. So we have 3 co-directors. We have an executive director whose search is ongoing. We plan to fill it within the next 30 days or so. We've interviewed a few, so we're going through that process. And then we have a technical and economic steering committee. Internally, right now, it consists of Dr. Danny Reibel, who is the Donovan Maddox Chair in the College of Engineering, Brad Ewing, who chairs the Free Enterprise Institute at the College of Business, and Dr. Christy Bratcher, who is the Associate Dean for Research in College of Agriculture. Of course, this is going to increase and expand in scope as we bring in other people from other universities and such. So we certainly want you to participate, because the consortium seeks to get input from a wide range of stakeholders. We are working out a membership structure that works for the highest levels of participation. We are required by statute to work with our government advisory board to create that membership structure. So we are in the process of doing that. And if you were interested in the consortium, if you're interested in keeping track of what we are up to, we have a website, but the best way to contact us would be, again, txpwc@ttu.edu. That email goes to all of the co-directors and the executive director and everybody else. So somebody will certainly get back to you with the questions that you may have. So So why the interest in produced water? Why the interest in produced water? Certainly we know that there is quite a bit of produced water. When we say produced water, we are using it in a very broad sense to mean all water that's produced during oil and gas operations. So petroleum engineers tend to separate this into flowback water and connate water. Flowback water is the water that during hydraulic fracturing operations, you inject that water, and part of the water that gets injected actually flows back. So its chemical composition looks a little different than the connate water or the water that's present in the aquifer or in that formation, oil and gas formation, not an aquifer, but oil and gas formation, subsurface formation that comes out. The general rule of thumb is that there is typically 3 to 10 barrels of water produced for every barrel of oil that's produced. And of course, this wide variation is seen depending on the shale play. A lot of different shale plays have different amounts coming out. So the running joke in the industry is that oil is essentially a byproduct of water because we produce like 3 to 5 times more water than we produce oil, although oil costs a lot more than water. But certainly there is a lot of water that's produced. What happens to the produced water currently? It is typically, some of that produced water is injected back into the same formation, partly to maintain pressures, because if you bring out a lot of fluids, it can cause subsidence, it can cause other pressure-related concerns. So to maintain that, some of that water gets injected back. Some of it is being reused in hydraulic fracking operations, particularly if there is same company trying to do fracking in nearby areas. They tend to exploit or reuse this. This technology has gotten better in the last decade or so because of slick water fracking or advances in slick water fracking that allows people to use high TDS waters. Okay. And of course, still there is a lot of water that remains, and that water gets disposed via deep well injection. There are roughly about 8,000 saltwater disposal wells in Texas. If you drive through West Texas or even South Texas, you will see this saltwater disposal facilities scattered all around. We did some work a few years ago and found that the average distance between a hydraulic fracking well and a saltwater disposal well in West Texas in Permian Basin was roughly about 3 miles, less than 3 miles, but on average it was about 3 miles. So not very far and very cheap to dispose this, typically less than $1 a barrel or much less than $1 a barrel. So that is what we want to see if it's not put out in a deep well and taken out of the hydrologic cycle, but can we use this water for other purposes so that it still remains in the hydrologic cycle and put to beneficial use. Water quality certainly is a limiting factor. Typical produced water contains organics, inorganics. It contains naturally occurring pollutants or constituents, and then it also contains anthropogenic constituents. Organic compounds, naturally occurring hydrocarbons, because it's coming out of an oil and gas reservoir. It will have some additives, it will have some biocides. Biocides are used particularly when the water is reused. They tend to avoid the microbial activity downstream. You've got very high thermophilic and salinity, high salinity bacteria that are adapted to high salinity. So biocides, fairly strong biocides are added for that. And that's one of the critical factors. We need to remove this if we want to make this drinking water standards. And then typically you will see about 2 to 20 micrograms per liter of BTEX compounds. Those can be treated. It's not too difficult to treat organics. But inorganics really are the problem because the water there has been sitting for a very long time, so it has interacted with the mineral matrix around it. It's got major ions, trace constituents, naturally occurring organic radioactive minerals, you name it. There's quite a bit of organic compounds in there, all of which typically exceed drinking water standards. So the TDS levels, I'm showing the TDS in Permian Basin in the lower box plot there. It varies anywhere from about 5,000 milligrams per liter, which is not bad. It's almost like brackish water in many formations, to about 300,000 milligrams per liter. So a very wide variability in TDS. And that red line there is the 50,000 TDS line. You can see that about 75% of the water samples that we had exceeded that 50,000. 50,000 is a rough cutoff whether you can do desalination. Like the typical RO-based desalination cutoff is about 50,000. There are ways in which you can dilute that water and run it through ROs, but it just adds to the technology, adds to the cost. So really the inorganics are a bigger challenge in dealing with this produced water. This again shows you some water quality characteristics of major ions. Again, you can see that everything is way above the limits. So direct use of produced water in anything other than oil and gas operations requires some sort of treatment, which means there is some cost involved in using this water. Of course, the water tends to be very heterogeneous, so there are certainly spots where this technology will not be feasible right off the bat, but there are certainly some sweet spots. I mean, you have a 5,000 TDS water, bringing that to like 1,000 TDS is not all that expensive. But if you have 100,000 TDS water, trying to bring that to 1,000 TDS certainly adds the costs scale up exponentially. So that's an issue. In addition to the water quality, there are other challenges as well. Water is produced in a decentralized manner, so the areas where water is needed tends to be more centralized, the urban centers, if you may. The second issue with that demand disconnect is also the fact that if you want to use this for municipal uses, you have to have a steady supply of water, whereas the fracking water tends to exhibit quite a bit of variability, or the oil and gas production water tends to exhibit quite a bit of variability, temporal variability, because of the price of gas and how much gets produced. Water is a heavy fluid. Produced water in general, the density is more than that of the salt water, of seawater. So typically about 1.04, 1.05 grams per meter cube, grams per centimeter cube. So conveyance and transportation is also, if you want to do centralized conveyance, like put pipe networks, it's going to be expensive to do that. Most of the water is now sent via trucking. I know some cities are trying to reuse this water in industrial applications. That tends to be more on a trucking basis, but in the long-term sustainability, trucking water from one location to another is not very viable, especially if you want to use it for non-oil and gas uses. There are regulatory issues, the big question of who owns the produced water, what are the risk and liability issues, like when the water gets transferred from one entity to another entity, are they assuming these risks, what are the risks, who gets to pay for it? All those have to be kind of worked out if we were to make this water usable. So there are some technical challenges, but also some regulatory challenges that need to be worked for. So I'm going to end with a few opportunities and future research directions that we're looking at. Again, the key question is, can we start with water that's on the left, real dark, muddy water, and then move it all the way across to make it potable? Okay, so one of the key issues that EPA and others struggle when it comes to using produced water for drinking water standards is, what are the constituents in this? There are many, many, many constituents. So the question is, can we characterize what's in that water? What is that unassumed risk that not only are we looking at the priority pollutants that have to be regulated by mandate, but what other things are there that could potentially cause risks that we are not capturing? So that is an issue, particularly the use of biocides in this water exacerbates that risk. There's a lot of controversy and debate on what type of health risk do they pose. So that's that's one of the challenges. So quantifying health risks, clearly a big area of research that needs to be done. Even if you find ways to economically treat water, then the risk associated with that water will be the limiting step. Okay? There is quite a bit of an optimism in the industry that it is possible to treat it to drinking water standards. We just had a small industry stakeholder group meeting in Lubbock a week ago, and overwhelmingly people were saying, yes, the technology exists, it's just way too expensive. Like it costs about $3 a barrel or so to do that. There are places like in Marcellus Shale up in Pennsylvania where this is done more routinely than it is being done in Texas, but they do feel that the technology exists, but it's a question of cost. It costs maybe around $3 a barrel as opposed to saltwater disposal, which is a lot less than a barrel, less than $1 a barrel. So the other is, how do we make water treatment economical? One option is to mine for things other than water. Rare earth elements, REE, is a big, there is quite a bit of rare earth elements, particularly in West Texas produced water, you see quite a bit of lithium. Lithium can be, there is a worldwide demand for lithium because of batteries, because of cars. With Tesla plant coming in, the interest for lithium is high. So this could be a potential source, not just for water, but for lithium as well. So there are ways in which we can extract things out of the water and make it economical that way. Of course, we are producing more produced water than we can use, which means it has to be stored. Where do we store it? So that's another big area of interest. Can we put it in aquifers? If so, what are some of the challenges of doing ASR with these types of water? Clearly, we are putting water that is we are injecting a heavier density water into a lighter density formation, which is kind of opposite to what happens in most ASR applications. So that can create some unstable fronts, cause fingering, cause preferential flows, things like that. The connectivity of the deeper brackish aquifers to shallower freshwater aquifers is very poorly studied. So if we start putting it into deeper aquifers, will that water upcone itself into the fresher water formation? And if so, what impacts will it do to the freshwater resource is another challenge. And deep formations tend to be a lot tighter. So if you're looking at Ogallala and Dockham, you will see the drawdown of Ogallala tends to be much, much smaller for a given pumping than for Dockham, which is the aquifer that underlies Ogallala over much of West Texas. And the same thing happens when you inject too. The recovery is going to be much spread out as opposed to being localized in one location. That has issues of who owns the water, what happens if the water goes into neighboring people, what is the risk to them, a whole host of issues that need to be resolved before ASR can be pursued. Again, the industry again wants to see some flexible permitting process, with a focus on reduction of freshwater footprint, promote reuse outside oil and gas industry. Again, clarity on ownership of produced water, standardization of protocols, because produced water is not a single entity. It's made up of very different chemical compositions. So what can work in some place may not work in other place. So things like produced water trading, if you talk to economists, they're like, can we inject produced water here, substitute it for fresh water somewhere else? That would be a trading type protocol. So things that can happen. New Mexico, we were talking to the New Mexico Produced Water Consortium. They have a very strong interest in putting fresh water in hypersaline environments. This happens in Texas. The Brownsville puts its produced water concentrate or from its desal plant, a brackish water concentrate into Bahia Grande. But sections of Pecos River tend to be saltier than what treated produced water are. Can we inject in those? So 601, the focus is on produced water. Looking at it as a new source. Can we start using produced water for non-oil and gas uses, if possible, for municipal uses, is what the charge is. It's certainly a fertile ground for collaboration with groundwater districts and with others, because eventually we are trying to protect groundwater by trying to substitute produced water in some ways. So I'll stop with that, and hopefully we have time for a couple of questions. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
And we'll look to the audience first. I did get some on our app as well, so if anyone wants to raise their hand, otherwise I'll read the ones I've got here. Okay, great. So one came in asking, is this enough time to get all this work done with the Produced Water Consortium and the legislation?
Right. Yeah, that is high on our minds, And as I said, the first step is the feasibility part. We want to look at what's existing, what are the existing technologies, what are some of the challenges, place it in front of the legislature, and say these are some of the promising areas where we think we have to work if we want to make this a reality. So our first goal is to kind of do that assessment, and the better job we do with that assessment, then potentially we'll have support from the industry and the government to move things forward. So if I were to do all this in 1 year, the answer is no. But the idea is, can we get a very broad swath of what's happening with produced water, get people's concern in? So that's one thing why we want to be very transparent, very open. No ideas are bad ideas at this point. We want to collect as much as we can, brainstorm about them, and then provide a technology evaluation.
Great. And then another one came in asking, and you actually mentioned New Mexico on your slides.
Right.
Do other states provide a template maybe for how produced water can be beneficially used?
No. It tends to be a little state-specific. For example, in Pennsylvania, with Marcellus Shale, there was a big push to treat that water and use it for either non-potable or drinking water uses. So the state almost said municipalities have to take this water, treat it, because they don't have saltwater disposal wells like we do. The New Mexico Produced Water Consortium started a few years ago. Their mandate was slightly different. They are looking at reuse just like us, but they had a little bit more of a research focus than ours. Ours is more a two-step process where we are first doing a broad swath assessment of what the technologies are before we go and delve into the research aspects. So right now there is really no template that we can follow. And even within the state of Texas, the shale plays are very different. So a template in Permian Basin may not necessarily translate fully to something in Eagle Ford, partly because we don't have as many surface water sources as Eagle Ford Shale does, and those become important. So the idea is that we have to kind of start on our own, see what people have done, why they have done certain things, but adapt it to Texas.
And then another one came in about the, is there a hand?
Yeah.
Has it ever been blended with purple water?
Yes.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, the question is, has this been blended with purple water, right? Or any other form of water, deeper aquifer waters or wastewater or something that, answer is yes. People do that in the oil and gas industry. They take water, brackish water, and then mix it with produced water to reduce the concentrations. Doing it for ag is extremely difficult because of the high salt concentrations. So there are people looking at creating salt-tolerant cotton varieties and things like that. We can go up to like 4,000 or 5,000 TDS now with cotton, particularly if it's for just fabric use and not for cottonseed oil. But still, bringing something from 50,000 to 5,000 is a challenge, especially for a crop like cotton that's not very economical.
Make sure I don't talk over anyone
Right.
before I got one here.
The initial funding source is from the Texas legislature to write that interim report that they want. After that, they want it to be more a membership format with research being funded by interested parties. We cannot take money from any other state agency, but the idea is to help get industry partners or do some public-private partnerships to do the research part of it. Absolutely. It's a good question. The question was, how do we become consortium members and what role do the consortium members play? We are required by statute to work with our governmental advisory group to form a fee structure that allows various people, various stakeholders to come in and participate. So we are in the process of setting that up. So again, your participation, we are forming some subcommittees looking at different issues, water quantity issues, quality issues, economic issues, conjunctive use issues. So you can participate in those committees. We'll make that open, and our goal is to have it open so that you can participate in as many committees as you want. You can share data with us that you have that would be useful. You can participate with us in terms of like finding sites or collaborations where we can do some of this field testing or field projects or dovetail with another industry that's trying to do something, try to learn from that. So as I said, there are various modes in which you can participate. Or you can certainly provide us with insights related to your constituents, how they're using groundwater in your district, or what do they think of produced water. Those are also important in terms of like the regulatory aspects surrounding it. So if you're willing to participate, we'll find something that's of interest to you. Because this is such a vast problem. We know that one person cannot solve it. The 3 co-directors cannot solve this. So, Senator Perry loves if we get more people to talk to us and get their perspectives included in it. So we are all for that. Again, participation can be, if you want to come in as a district and say, this is my district position, that's fine. If you want to come in as an individual and say, I'm a general manager, I have a lot of this data, or I have a lot of this information or insights that I can share, that'll work too. Typically, I think memberships would be more at a district level so that it allows multiple people to participate as opposed to an individual participating. But we are working that out. Well, we should have the details. If you can get us on our mailing list, if you just shoot us an email at txpwc@ttu.edu, we can certainly keep you updated as we move through this process.
And I think we have time for one more question right here.
I'm sorry? Oh, that's a good question. So the question is, besides USGS, is there a produced water database? The Railroad Commission has some data. They have made it freely available recently. It's just not very, you'll have to go and look for multiple places to put that database together, but certainly that data exists. There are some data that are with local industries, which of course is behind their paywall, or it's for their own internal use. But we are trying to work with those entities to see if they can make some of that data available, at least, or publicly available, without giving out the specifics, like maybe down to a census tract level or something, as opposed to exact lat longs, which they may not want to give. So we are kind of looking at that process as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that.
Well, thank you again. Thank you for having me come here and talk about the Produced Water Consortium. So again, if there are any questions, please feel free to email us. We would love your participation.
All right, as we work to transition into our next panel, if you guys want to come on up and start taking your seats, I'll make a few brief announcements. Thank you, Dr. Udamiri. That was great, and I think it really helps transition into this next panel where we're going to be talking about aquifer storage and recovery and just the need to be looking for creative solutions to meet the water demands that we have. Before, though, we start that panel, I want to take a minute to thank our supporting sponsors this year: Advanced Groundwater Solutions, Blanton & Associates, the Environmental Defense Fund, Groundwater Consultants, Kemp Smith, and Michelle Sutherland. We so appreciate all of our sponsors. And while we're getting that panel up here, I'm going to ask Julia to come up and do our last door prize drawing. You still have time to finish up the exhibitor bingo game for that last prize that we'll do at the very end of the day. But this is the final door prize drawing, thanks to Red River and Duval County for sponsoring that.
Good morning, everyone. It's me again, the prize fairy. I had a few people last night ask what they could do to end up on the short list for prizes. I promise you it's not rigged. So I am happy to give away, we are doing Cabela's gift cards. You can't go wrong. Everyone in here needs something from Cabela's, I know. So our winners for 2 Cabela's gift cards, Ann Pavliska, are you here? I believe she's a board. There we go. She's from Colorado County, is that right? Excellent, so congratulations. And then another Cabela's gift card is going to our live stream attendee, Jason Barfnecht with the City of Bryan. So he's not here, but he's gonna get one. And with that, I don't have any more prizes to give away, so I don't need to be up here. All right, I'll pass it off. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Julia. So we've got one more panelist that's still getting mic'd up and heading up to the stage. I am excited to have this panel. They're going to be talking about kind of lessons learned over the last 5 years in aquifer storage and recovery. All of these folks have worked on a number of ASR projects. The panel is moderated by Neil Deeds. He's the Vice President of the Southern Region of Entera and someone who's been involved in a number of these projects. We're excited to have the whole panel here. I'm going to let Neil introduce his panelists.
I don't think so.
Not yet.
I've got a green light, but I'm not seeing that. Testing, testing, testing.
You on?
Testing, testing.
Oh, you're on.
I'm good.
Hello. Yep.
Well, you know, you don't really need
there
a
you go.
moderator.
You're on.
I'm on.
Just the moderator.
Just the moderator, exactly. I've got no value here anyway. Well, so thanks, everybody. I really appreciate the opportunity to do this. I wanted to just quickly introduce the panel. Really appreciate you guys coming and participating in this as well. We have Shauna Fitzsimmons-Sledge, attorney with Sledge Law. She's a licensed attorney, obviously, and a registered lobbyist, and a partner at the firm. We want to do a little fun fact for everybody. This won't take very long, but Shauna's fun fact was she served the game-winning ace at the high school state volleyball championship game her senior year.
That's right. My claim to fame. Go Clark Cougars.
Go Clark Cougars. Did you hit the baseline? Did you short serve them? How'd you do it?
Oh, it was a top spin.
Top spin. All right, sweet.
Straight to the ground. It was 5A before 6A existed.
I mean, that's pretty much the pinnacle. If I did that, it'd be the pinnacle.
It's only
of my
downhill
life.
from there.
And we've got Brian Smith, principal hydrogeologist with the Barton Springs Edwards Aquifer Conservation District. Brian Smith is basically aquifer science team leader and principal hydrogeologist. And his fun fact is he's been studying caves, karst, and karst aquifers since he was 15 years old, Brian. That's a long time, in Tennessee. And so he still finds excuses to go into caves as part of his work. Does that make you a spelunker?
Yes.
No.
No?
No, cavers don't like the word spelunkers.
Okay. All right. I'll withdraw that one then. I was thinking in Tennessee they might say spelunker. I wanted to make, anyway. All right, then we have Charles Schoening, principal in charge at Arcadis. A lot of you guys know Charles. He's been in the water world a long time, and so he's a principal in charge for the Central and South Texas region. Fun fact, I don't know if you call this fun, but he is a recently retired brigadier general, having served 32 years in the Army engineer officer. His combat deployments included Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria, and I couldn't think of anything lighthearted to say about that other than that's a hell of a good job, Charles, and that's a heck of a side hustle to become brigadier general. So that's congratulations on that. I agree. And just, I had to have a fun fact for myself. I attended one of the handful of one-room schoolhouses in rural Nebraska. I was the only kid in my class, so for 8 straight years, I graduated at the top of my class. I never did it again, but man, at that school, I was right there at the top. All right, we were going to have David Smith of CDM on this panel. He has a lot of experience in ASR, but he had a death in the family, so we weren't able to have him participate. So thinking about David today. So what are we going to try to talk about today? We're talking about ASR. ASR is one of those strategies that's featured prominently in the State Water Plan. So there's a lot of talk about using it for load leveling, for drought resiliency, those kinds of things. But when if you read a report about ASR that's been written in Texas, basically they mention the 3 projects that are currently going. That's the very successful Twin Oaks facility down in San Antonio. We're actually in San Antonio. Sorry, I'm from Austin. The one that's in Kerrville, which has also been successful for many years, and then also the one in El Paso. And what I'm trying to do here is just tell people we have new projects that are going that actually have wells in the ground. We are actually recharging water, and we're doing cycle testing and recovering. And these folks have been involved in those projects. And I think bringing up that awareness hopefully will help kind of promulgate more of these projects to get them from the feasibility level to the actual demonstration level. And at that point, you can do full build out, and now you have a system that really works for you. So for those of you who don't know what ASR is, just simply it is when you have excess water supply, you recharge it through a well, and when you need that water, you pull it back and recover it from the well. It's as simple as that. So aquifer storage and recovery. I should mention that the Water Board just did a statewide study, some of you are familiar with, of looking at how feasible ASR would be throughout all the aquifers in the state. And I think that was a really good study, and that's a really good launch-off point for future projects. So the first part of this is going to focus on a background and update on legislative and regulatory activities in the last few years. And I'm going to ask Shauna to really lead that. I mean, she's going to be the expert up here on those types of things. So Shauna, if you just want to start us off there.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. I'm super excited to be part of this panel since ASR is my favorite topic to discuss. I was just telling one of my new board member clients that it's the sexy area of water law, is what I like to think. Being a water nerd, I think he said, well, that's relative. But yeah, so basically in 2015 is when ASR really changed for the state of Texas. We were seeing other states really utilize this kind of technology, but Texas was really behind the curve. And so we took a really hard look at where, from a policy perspective, we could remove some of these roadblocks. And so the TWCA Groundwater Legislative Committee met and put together a small group to spearhead this initiative. And I happen to be in that group with some very, very smart folks. So that know a lot, or at that time definitely knew a lot more about ASR than I did. And what was going on in the other states. And so it was interesting to see what Florida and some of the other states were doing to utilize this technology. And we worked very, very closely with Representative Larson on this initiative, and then it was House Bill 655, and then Senator Perry carried it in the Senate. And it was really great because some of the big things that it did was, first and foremost, take away the required pilot process. That was an element to getting a permit from TCEQ. While folks that are doing ASR today might utilize a pilot type feasibility type project on the front end, it's not required to get your permit. That was major, major development. We also eliminated the need to have to amend your surface water right to include ASR. That was another huge roadblock. We basically just said, if you have any sort of water right, whether it's surface water, groundwater, reused water, you're all on the same playing field. You just need to get your Class 5 injection well permit from TCEQ, and that also includes the recovery component, which leads me to my next point, which is we took the regulatory power over ASR projects away from GCDs and put it in the exclusive jurisdiction of TCEQ, because we were seeing, groundwater districts get a bad rap for having different rules, as we heard from Senator Perry, across the state. We didn't want 100 different ASR rules. And so while groundwater districts definitely play a significant role in ASR, you want to have a relationship with your groundwater district. They are not the actual permitting entity to the extent that you're not pulling out more groundwater than you inject. Now, groundwater districts do receive, operators are required to register their wells with the groundwater district so that they know where they are. They're required to send groundwater districts monthly reports on production amounts, just like they're sending them to TCEQ already, so we're not having to, do additional work, but groundwater districts are part of the discussion and staying informed. And then there's also an annual water quality report that TCEQ receives, and then groundwater districts receive that as well. So it's important to have a relationship with your groundwater district, but groundwater districts, with some exceptions, as Brian I'm sure will speak about, groundwater districts do not have regulatory authority over ASR projects. So that was huge. Another huge element we did in that bill was ensure that TCEQ's rules were not more stringent than federal standards. So prior to 2015, the water injected had to meet drinking water quality standards. And now that's changed. And so, you still don't want to contaminate and you want to protect USDW water, but which is 10,000 TDS or less. But the injected water doesn't have to rise to the level of Federal Safe Drinking Water Act water. And these guys know a lot more about water quality issues than I do, but there's a lot of really interesting technology to show how you can control pathogens and even arsenic issues with monitoring and technology efforts. So that's proven to be really helpful in streamlining some of these projects and getting them on board and being more feasible. So that was a huge, huge effort. And then after that legislation passed, we had a long period of working with TCEQ staff, and I cannot commend Charles McGuire, the director at the time, he's now with EPA, and his staff, Lori Council, on their willingness to work with us. I'm sure many of y'all worked with them.
100%.
It was awesome. They really heard our concerns, especially, there's some kinks that really had to be worked out. I think there was a little bit disconnect and really overhauling TCEQ's rules to make a robust water policy system and permitting system that promoted this technology. And I'm going to use the word permit very loosely here. While TCEQ has the authority to do an individual permit or a general permit or authorization by rule, the route we're doing right now, or what TCEQ is doing, authorization by rule. So that means that it put into its rule, it adopted rules that lay out the parameters of an ASR project, and then you can apply and your application is reviewed and approved potentially by TCEQ, but it's not an individual permit, which is also important and streamline that process of getting permits handed out, because we weren't having these big contested case hearings and that sort of thing on every single applicant coming through. That was huge. So that was all great, but there's definitely, we haven't seen a million ASR projects, but we're seeing a lot more. We're seeing them in the water plan, the 2017 water plan. We're seeing a lot more coming online, but they do take time. And I think we're finally seeing the fruits of our labor on that front. Then we had another bill in 2019, House Bill 720, which basically a crazy Larson idea that actually panned out, which was capturing excess flood flows after that, Hurricane Harvey. We saw so much water being lost to the Gulf, and then trying to do an expedited permitting process to inject that water and store it.
That's great. I appreciate that overview, and you touched on that in general. GCDs are sort of an observer in the process, but not a permit regulatory authority, and with the exception of, I think, 3. So Barton Springs is one of those, EAA is one of those, and so you guys are both having projects in those 2 areas. I think the third is Harris-Galveston Subsidence District, and they're just starting to kind of get a handle on what their permit process would look like for ASR. But Brian, I don't know if you want to just touch on Barton Springs' role and kind of how you guys are approaching your permitting.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's interesting, us as such a small district, and how we came about with having some authority in regard to ASR. And there's probably a lot of little pieces of that I wasn't directly involved in. Sean and others in the room probably know more about it. But I like to think it was because we got a fairly early start, on ASR with our studies going back 15 years and looking at this beyond the Edwards Aquifer, but focusing a lot on the Trinity Aquifer. And those studies led us to realize that, well, the Trinity could make a very good repository, reservoir for injected water for ASR. So we'd been doing these studies, and as this all was being developed, I think somewhere in there someone recognized that, well, Barton Springs people are already involved in this and getting good understanding, and therefore, we're given this some authority. And I won't get into all the details, as it's a lot of rules that are there, but I like to think that they largely mimic what TCQ is requiring. So we're not just kind of adding on a whole lot of other requirements. If they're doing, TCQ requires, water quality studies, monitoring the injection and extraction of the water, and even looking at water levels and all the testing. So we basically say, yeah, we want that too. So if they're doing a report for TCQ, they send that to us. And there are a few other requirements, and particularly because we permit water from the Trinity, so we're very concerned about if they pump beyond the injected water, then that's water that we're supposed to be permitting.
That's right.
And in some cases, we already have permits or issue permits for that water, but there could be cases coming up where we don't, the permittee is not currently permitted, so that would then just go right into ASR, and we would look at the situation, see, can we permit actual extraction of some of that native water, or could there be problems that come about from that? Whereas for the most part, we feel like, yeah, if it's potable water down there, they can pump it out, or even if it's marginal, they can still pump it out after they extract their injected water. Even though in most cases, that's not very likely that they would do that. The idea of most ASR is to build up a big bubble, you have a wall, so you would never really extract directly native water, but you might extract water that's being mixed. That's been mixed. Mixing is very significant in there.
That makes sense, and I think that Ruby Ranch is the first full permitted ASR project prior to those other 3 that I spoke about. So kind of under the new regulations that Laurier and her crew have put together, you guys are the first ones, or Ruby Ranch is the first one to have gotten a full permit.
Yes. I like to remind people that, yeah, there are now 4 fully permitted
it's not 3
ASR
anymore, it's 4.
systems in the state of Texas, and one of which, and I can talk about it a little more detail later about the technical aspects of it, but it is a very small water system, but it kind of proved up that, yeah, this does work to have the Trinity as a reservoir for injecting water.
That's great, and just right down the road, in this area of Texas, the EAA obviously has a strong, local regulatory authority over one of our most precious aquifers in the state. And so, Charles, your project there for New Braunfels has had to navigate that partnership as well. So can you talk a little bit about that, how you went through that?
Right. And the Edwards Aquifer Authority enabling legislation is very prescriptive and restrictive. And so it outlines specifically what you can and cannot do. So anytime there's something that's not specifically written into that, requires to go back and have a legislative change, which is what we did. We had to go back and have a rule passed to allow us to be able to actually store water in that brackish zone. And so it requires getting your local legislators involved, and there's a lot of emphasis on ASR. There's a lot of support for ASR, so it wasn't that difficult getting them on board. It's more of an educational situation where you have to educate them on what you want to do, how it's different, how the bill needs to be written in order to get what you need in order to move forward. I think the other thing too is it helps if your local regulator is on board with the project, and I will say that EAA is more than on board. They are a party to it at this point. We approached them about what we wanted to do. We developed between EAA and NBU, New Braunfels Utilities, an interlocal agreement that specifies exactly what's going to happen, very science-based, monitoring requirements, reporting requirements, all of those things, so that at the end of the day, they could be assured that the Edwards is going to be protected, the freshwater Edwards. And so what we figured out is they both had similar interests. New Braunfels is very proud and very protective of the Comal Springs. They didn't want to do anything that was going to damage the springs. They invest a lot of money in making sure that the springs are protected and that the recreational use of the springs. So at the end of the day, they both had very similar objectives, and it was pretty easy for them to get this agreement put in place. And EAA wants to see it succeed. I think we all do, but we want to make sure that we're using the right scientific approach to make sure that we're not doing something good in one area but creating an issue in another.
That makes sense, and I think that we're hitting our time on that topic, so we're going to move on. I really appreciate your input on that. So I wanted to just quickly talk about we often talk about a phased approach to ASR, and that's the one slide we have showing up here, and I can see it here, so I'll just quickly walk through it. Typically, what's first done is a feasibility study, and that's a desktop study. So you take the data that you have available to you, you don't go out and do any field work, and you just take a look and see whether both the hydrogeology makes sense, that's kind of usually my role in it, and then whether there's excess surface water supply or groundwater supply, that's often what Charles brings to the party when we're working together. And so if you think that the site is feasible and this costs usually $30,000 or $40,000 to do that kind of job. It's not too much money. Then at that point, you would move forward to a field testing program. And that might mean you already have wells in place that you can go test or do additional logging of to try to prove out the hydrogeology. Or it may be like in the case of the Edwards where we were, it was brackish. No one had ever drilled a well there. So we had to do a pretty extensive field testing program in order to prove to ourselves that it was actually had a good chance of working. And if you pass the field testing portion, again, you're spending more money now, then you get to the pilot phase where you drill an actual ASR well and you recharge it and you perform what's called cycle testing. And the cycle testing is an important part of getting your full TCEQ permit, or at least it's certainly very helpful in demonstrating to TCEQ that it's going to operate and that it's going to operate safely and you're not going to endanger anybody by pulling water into the system, that shouldn't be, that isn't potable or could be harmful. And if that pilot, that demonstration well works, then at that point you have a decision to make on whether you want to build out the well field. Basically, you add wells to the well field that are very similar to the pilot well, and you can expand your capability at that point. And one of the real advantages of ASR is it's not a very costly upfront type of water supply strategy, in the sense you can start with that one well, and if you decide at that point I need 10 times that capacity, you can add that much capacity. If you need 2 times, and you can do it throughout the years, and so you're not spending the billions on a water treatment plant right up front. So that is one of the attractive parts of ASR. So with that said, I wanted to turn to the panelists talk to Charles and Brian especially about whether this approach was used in your projects, and did you find it to be, a good approach? Did you want to skip steps? Did it make any sense? So Brian, do you want to talk about Ruby Ranch to start with?
Yeah, I think, if we think back to where this came about from the idea of Ruby Ranch as ASR, we'd have to sort of, in hindsight, be able to go and look through this list and this chart and say, oh yeah, we did this and we did that. But it sort of came about, as I mentioned, from these studies that Barton Springs District had been doing for many years on the Trinity aquifers and looking at, with multi-port wells, looking at how the Trinity related to the Edwards. Because there had been thoughts in the past that, well, there's some connection there. If you pump heavily from the Trinity, it might influence the Edwards. And so if you were injecting into the Trinity, that might then find its way into the Edwards. But all of our studies with these multi-port wells and other studies showed, well, there's a pretty good disconnect. There's some aquatards in there, so we're not seeing, at least within our district, any potential for movement, even along faults, that water is not moving there. So with that, we started thinking, well, ASR could work somewhere or other, maybe the saline Edwards or, Edwards into, using Edwards water, injecting into the Trinity. Then we had the permittee, Ruby Ranch, which is a subdivision of only a couple hundred houses, and they were limited in what they could pump from their Edwards well. It wasn't a really great producing Edwards well, and at that time we'd put in some policies that limited additional pumping from the Edwards. So they came to us for a permit for Trinity. And that water was not the best quality, but they were blending it and delivering it to the houses. So that was all working. And as we started looking at what they had done, and we're thinking, well, they've got an Edwards well right next to Trinity. Maybe they'd be willing to, one day just kind of inject some of that Edwards water in there just as a little test. So we were already beyond the feasibility study at that point, and they had a very forward-looking board of directors that worked with the water company that did the servicing for them, and they got interested in it and I guess could see where this could go. And so very, very little cost, they connected a pipe from their storage tank that had Edwards water, and their Trinity well was only about 50 feet away. So they ran that pipe and then ran it down into the Trinity well, and there you had it. You had an ASR system. And they actually had been doing that already because they needed to flush that pipe periodically with very fresh water so they weren't getting corrosion of the steel pipe from the Trinity water that was there. So at some point they had actually been doing a little bit of injection testing and they didn't realize it. And we talked to them and said, why don't you just leave that valve open for a while? So we got together and did a little 50,000 gallon injection and saying, well, is that water going to come back up? Is it not going to go in? And well, if you have a functioning aquifer, it'll probably go in. You can inject. So we did that, and that worked. So we went and then stepped up to about 400,000 gallons, and that was working. And we were doing sampling to look at, what is the water quality, any issues with that, and of course looking at arsenic. And things just started rolling, and we ended up with, working together with Ruby Ranch, going through 4 cycles of, from very small initially to about 9 to 11 million gallons injected over the later cycles. And so that was when the whole permitting process started with us and with TCEQ.
And I think we can follow a lot more on the details of the system as we move into some of these other portions of the discussion. I would like to hear from Charles. I mean, this seems like, Brian, that you guys kind of were already, you had an existing well, you didn't really have to do the field testing, so you guys kind of skipped right to the end with that project.
In some ways, that's where you could kind of find some way, I guess when we did this, that fits in there, but we weren't following that. Just kind of, here's a study we need to do and the logical steps that you would take for that.
Cool. And Charles, what was your experience with it?
Well, I'd have to say we were very deliberate with the process, and one of the hurdles you have to overcome when you use that is trying to convince your ratepayers to invest in something that they're really not going to see the benefit from for several years. And that's if it proves to be feasible. But I think the real advantage is by going through the stepwise process, your outcome is a lot more predictable. Starting at the very beginning with the desktop analysis, looking at what data has been already gathered in that area, identifying good locations where you are able to secure your bubble, looking at the geology of the area. But then that next phase, the actual field testing, was where we really saw the big benefits. So we did a wireline core, which is an investment, but it proved to be really beneficial for us down the road. It gave us a lot better indication of what the geochemistry in that formation was, what the geology was. Later on, when we ran into some productivity issues in the well, we actually pulled those core samples out and were able to determine if acidization was going to be a good process in this situation. And so there are a lot of benefits, a lot of things that we learned just from doing that wireline core. When we did the monitoring well during that phase, it gave us a lot better information about the water quality, how water is moving in that, the productivity that we could expect. So there are a lot of things that we learned during that field testing phase that we were able to carry into that next phase of actually drilling the wells, getting them in place, and now we're in the demonstration phase of that project. So, and we're still going back to the research that we did during that field testing period to help us out as we move forward.
That's great information, Charles, and I think it kind of moves us nicely into our next section where we're going to talk a little bit more about technical lessons learned on some of these projects. I did want to ask Shauna, there are successes and failures when we're doing these things, and I was curious as to, I know there's a big push in the legislature, a lot of interest in ASR. Do the on-the-ground successes and failures, do they ever make their way back up to the legislature? Are they curious about whether these things are working or not? Oh, yeah,
definitely. ASR, like I said, super sexy topic, and if you're a water nerd like Representative Larson, is, and he loved talking about ASR, and I would talk to Lori a lot, get updates from her, hopefully, updating the legislature on their efforts and how hard they were working. And so I do think, a lot of times we go to the Capitol if there's a problem, but going up there to talk about what good you've done, you guys specifically, is also helpful, and how well it's worked, especially as a groundwater district, kind of being involved. And this is really forward-thinking type stuff, which is, a lot of the members, especially on the Senate Ag Water Rural Committee and the House Natural Resource Committee, would love to hear about this sort of thing. But ultimately, I think the most important thing is having a really good relationship with the TCEQ staff in terms of how successful your application process will be.
That makes a lot of sense. And Brian, I don't know if you want to touch on any, just little things you've learned along the way, and when you're, for instance, anything about the water chemistry or the productivity or clogging or any kinds of those things that you guys have run into on that Ruby Ranch one.
I guess, things went very smoothly, and one thing of real interest is how low cost it was. It was so low I really can't give a value, I don't know, as Ruby Ranch went and bought some PVC pipe to make these connections. At some point they were hiring some engineers and doing a little more and doing a little better connection, but this was just district staff with our resources, and we had money for some monitor wells, but they were for broader purposes. So the whole Ruby Ranch thing was done for very little cost when you think about some of these bigger systems, and you talk about millions and millions of dollars just to even get halfway to getting a system in the ground. But I like to think that one of the lessons that was learned from Ruby Ranch was taken up by the city of Buda, because they're now in the middle of doing an ASR system. I think a year ago, they installed an injection well right next to their Edwards well. So they have an injection well into the Trinity in the Cow Creek, and they're really duplicating and scaling up what was done at Ruby Ranch. So that still has a ways to go, but we just received an application for pilot testing from City of Buda just the other day. So it's moving forward. They'll soon be doing some more injection. They did a little bit of injection testing already. And things are working. The only concern that's out there that isn't a problem yet, but it's arsenic. Like many ASR systems, particularly in Florida, that some have been shut down just because arsenic got too high. So we're watching arsenic from the beginning in Ruby Ranch and saying, well, the native water was, the detection, the amount of arsenic was below the detection level. So that was a good starting point. But then as we started injecting this oxygenated water of the Edwards in there and pumping it back out, we're saying now we're starting to detect, just barely above the detection level for arsenic. And I think by the time they did their fourth cycle, the numbers got up to like 5 micrograms per liter, which is about half of the MCL for arsenic. So we're wondering what's going to happen in the future as they inject more. But the idea is they're injecting a lot. They want to push any arsenic that's mobilized back in the aquifer so it doesn't come back out. So the last extraction they did just a few months ago came up with about 3 micrograms per liter. So that was good news for
Trending
their
in the
system.
right direction,
Yeah. And even if there was, higher levels, there are things that could be done. Some of them a little cheaper, some of them a little more expensive for reducing arsenic. But so far, it doesn't look like it'll be a problem with the injecting Edwards water into the Trinity.
And Shauna talked about, that relationship with TCEQ, and I think Lori and her group have done a great job. They've put out a couple of research studies with the BEG and with the University of Texas. Some of you all may have seen the presentation by Charles Worth at AGWT, but he did a pretty exhaustive study of kind of how you go about, it had a very nice flow chart. If you want to go look it up, it's online, but kind of how you go about mitigating the potential for arsenic being a problem in ASR. So TCEQ is trying to get out ahead of it. They're trying to do some real science ahead of it. I think that, Florida, they feel like they eventually solved the problem, figured out how to not get arsenic in their wells. But I know that's always on people's minds. Texas City, one of the very first ones, one of the very first tries we had at ASR in Texas, they had arsenic problems, and it basically killed ASR for 10 years. So we don't want to repeat that kind of a result where it's going to make people think, oh, we got problems with ASR with arsenic. So, sorry, Charles, I'm talking too much. So lessons learned from you. We've got a few minutes still on this section here.
You're exactly right. And going right along with the TCEQ, the 5X25 experimental permit, as we found, is not terribly onerous to get, but it is very tightly written. And you have to be prepared for if there's something that happens that's outside of those stipulations that are in the permit, to react very quickly in order to get an exception there. We did have one or two things that happened during construction that were slightly outside of the stipulations in there. But they were very easy to work with. We didn't have any issues. They just wanted to see the science, make sure that there were not going to be any issues down the road, and they were more than willing to move forward with those exceptions. The full ASR operating permit, on the other hand, seems like it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge, just looking at water quality, a lot of water quality data, a lot of monitoring data as well, and which results in more monitoring wells, those sorts of things. So we're doing everything, and it's right. It's the right thing to do, and we understand why they want that. It's their job to protect water quality for the citizens, and so it's just a little bit more of a process, we'll say, in order to get that full operating permit. But we're getting there. In terms of just technical lessons learned, I think the biggest one for us is just expect the unexpected. We drilled a monitoring well in that same zone all the way through both elements of the brackish Edwards with barely a whiff of H2S. 150 feet away, we drilled the production well, and our meters pegged out, and we had to shut down production or drilling in order to make sure the conditions were safe, and had to bring in a specialty contractor. Now, we were able to respond very quickly to that, finish it out, case it off, that zone where we were seeing those high readings. But it's one of those things that you have to be prepared to react to some of these things. We're not expecting it. It happened just 150 feet away. And the other thing was, when we did finish that production well, the productivity was far less than what we were anticipating. And so we started looking at, should we acidize this and try to improve the productivity? This is where we pulled the core samples back out. We did some lab analysis on those intervals, we determined that, yes, that would be a good thing to do there. We acidized the well, and now the productivity is far greater than what we were expecting. So a lot of good lessons learned from the technical side as we went through the process.
One interesting thing that Charles mentioned is working on his experimental well application, and TCEQ has been so great. Kim is here, and she was awesome working with us on House Bill 720, but that's a whole nother part of TCEQ. That's the surface water rights section. So we're working, with the injection UIC division, but we actually were able to provide input on the experimental well forms and the application for full-blown project, the operating forms. And when one of my clients is City of Bryan, and I think we were maybe the first folks coming before them going to do the experimental well form. And for our cycle testing, first phase of the ASR project. And we kind of got halfway through it, and we realized, let's just scratch this whole experimental application and just go straight to the full project application for this first phase, and then we'll amend that later. And so we really did the work on the front end, which almost, you kind of have to do some of that stuff for the experimental well, especially the recoverability component, just to protect the project. And so that was just a different approach that I thought was interesting that we ultimately took.
And I think Brian's a really interesting and special case, and I wish that David were here to talk about it, but I'll just touch on it, where they're planning to put the ASR wells are down dip of their actual well field, and
Right.
This is in the Simsboro, right? So it's like 3,000 feet deep. The wells are expensive, and you have to think pretty carefully if you're going to drill a 3,000-foot well. So the initial demonstration was done with retrofitting another well. They did the demonstration with that well, but what they're really interested in is, you can imagine that big well field in Bryan has created a cone of depression in Simsboro, and so the gradients are all running directly to the center of that well field. So if you recharge water kind of on the perimeter of where that cone of depression is, it's going to tend to draw all your recharge water straight towards that well field. So the question of recoverability that Shauna brought up, like, can you actually get the water back out, or has it migrated away from your recharge well? It becomes a really important question. And so David and CDM and Shauna, and they've just done a great job with that. I did a little bit of the modeling, but they've done the heavy lifting on that. It's a really interesting project. So, all right, I'm running a little late on time here so let's move on. I appreciate it. Project management lessons learned, and we won't spend too much time on this, but just being involved with Charles on the MBU project, it's certainly been a large and interesting to manage project, Charles. So if you could just touch a little bit about the project management side of things on these.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Project management really, in most cases, comes down to schedule and budget. When you talk about ASR projects, schedule is vital, because if you slip, 1 or 2 months, it could mean that you miss an entire year in your demonstration phase of your cycle recovery, because you're not able to recover during that peak demand season when you need to. So the schedule is always important. On the budget side, I think it's really more on the contractual side. Things happen, because when you drill a well, most of the time, you don't know 100% what you're going to encounter there. And in our case, that happened a couple of times. I mentioned the H2S issue, mentioned the productivity issue. It's important to have a contractor allowance in the contractor's contract in order to help to manage some of those things. But it's also beneficial to have a contract contingency that's pre-authorized by the board or the city council, whatever the situation is, so that your general manager, your CEO or director can maneuver more quickly when they do encounter those things. Because the last thing you want is to have a driller sitting idle on site, taking up all of those lost days, and you're going to get a bill for that down the road for rental of that equipment. So you want to be able to maneuver very quickly, and that's what we found to be the best approach to be able to do that.
That makes a lot of sense. And I did want to touch, just channeling David Smith a little bit here. Some of these ASR wells are a little more complicated than a standard water well. So you need your driller to know what they're doing. And so the procurement process, trying to identify qualified drillers, especially going to 3,000 feet or doing the very large diameter well that we did at New Braunfels, you really have to think about your procurement process and make sure that you're not just going low bid, and you make sure that your driller has the experience. You know, they don't necessarily have to have drilled an ASR well, but they need to have the level of sophistication and be used to the kind of equipment that's going to be used so that you can create a well that's going to be successful. Because if you spend $3 million on a well and you clog it right away, or you collapse the screen, or all those things you guys know that can happen with wells, it's double with ASR. So just take great care in that procurement process, I think, is the advice coming from David on that. So let's see, anything more? Shauna, you already kind of talked about best practices for permitting. I mean, that's definitely a project management thing. And you talked about skipping the 5x25 and going to the full. Could you just talk a little bit more about that? Because I wasn't totally sure I understood where you went with that.
Yeah, we went straight for the full application. And David Smith did a great job working on all the data for that. But the thing that I came in and made his life pretty miserable for a while, I think, in reviewing his work on the application, while the data was so robust, you really have to tie the specific data with the actual rule or policy that it is trying to meet or prove for your project. So connecting the dots, while that sounds simple, it's actually a little more difficult. So, I know that some of you technical folks don't love having a lawyer involved and watching over you, but, we are helpful in the sense that you really do want to have your application ready to go and have a very good connection and communication with TCEQ staff throughout the development of the application process prior to turning it in, your first draft. And so you want to, talk with them, visit with them, say, is this going to be sufficient, and get their feedback. But it's really important to make sure that you connect the dots. And I think the biggest challenge with that project and making sure that we were meeting all of the requirements that the policy and the rules require was the demonstration of recoverability, and really saying, this is the percentage we're taking out, and this is what we're going to leave in, and this is how much this is how it's going to work, and these are the ratios. And that sounds simple, but in reality, it's a little more difficult, and it's a lot of repetition, but you got to do it.
That's good advice. And one more thing occurred to me, Charles, thinking about working with a municipality. They often budget annually. You've got a project that's maybe going to last 5 years. How do you kind of try to work your way through making sure that you're getting the money and the flexibility you need going through that 5-year process?
Well, you have to provide pretty accurate projections on what your needs are going to be. And looking 5 years out, it's hard to say sometimes, because you do run into things that aren't anticipated. But whenever you do see those, you need to make those adjustments very quickly. We worked very closely with both Victoria and New Braunfels to make sure that they had a good idea of what their needs were going to be for that 5 years in order to get through full well field expansion. And when things come up like COVID, when everyone's uncertain about, hey, we're not selling as much water, what are we going to do to make up the revenue stream? Sometimes you have to react to that, and you have to make adjustments to that plan. And so I think just working closely with the clients to make sure that they understand what your needs are going to be it benefits the project overall.
Great. All right, so we're going to do our next section. I think we're at 40 minutes now. We're going to do a looking forward section. So what I'd like to do is have the panelists just provide a few closing remarks addressing various looking forward topics. I'm suggesting a few, but if you guys have others, that's fine. I think, Shauna, I would really be curious to know what the current climate is at the Capitol on ASR. I didn't see it, they didn't talk about it specifically. That doesn't mean it's not on their mind. I did think, can ASR be thought of as a resiliency strategy? Because resiliency is a big deal with the funds that are flowing down right now.
I think that the Capitol is of the mindset that, you know, we've given Texas a really robust framework for the utilization of ASR technology. So let's see it implemented, which we definitely are seeing. And TCEQ has done a great job of doing the rulemaking that is in line with the law that we passed to promote that. I think the roadblock we're at now is getting water suppliers to utilize it as a water management strategy. I think there's an educational curve that needs to be met there. We worked really closely with Representative Larson's office in starting this new nonprofit organization, Texas ASR, in 2019 to promote ASR and kind of be a liaison between the Capitol and water suppliers and utilizing this project. COVID hit, so it was kind of put on hold, but hopefully that will get going again soon, and we have a lot of support from the Capitol, from Perry's office on that front.
That's great. That's great. Charles or Brian, what do you see any challenges that could slow adoption of ASR in the next 5 years? I mean, challenges, Brian? You see anything up there? I mean, you're the regulator. Do you see any regulatory challenge in your district?
I'm a science guy that works for a regulatory agency.
Okay. Well,
so,
you're repping them right now.
So I'll try not to get too much into the regulatory side. But,
caveat heard, yes.
But anyway, from just the logistics point of view, and everybody that looks into ASR very far at all just thinks about, okay, this is a great idea and concept, but you have to have some excess water from some source that you have to put into some kind of aquifer, and there's all kinds of obstacles there. You know, with drought, all of a sudden some of this excess water just might go away. In some cases it doesn't if the water's coming from a reliable source, but you need to be able to have mixed sources. And the city of Buda is sort of an ideal situation. They're using Edwards water initially, but they have plans to take some of the surface water that they're being piped in. And they've even went and changed some of the rules, you know, with the legislature to allow for injection of potable water through the Edwards. With the Edwards rules in the past wasn't permitted. And yet that just changed for a small area. So I think something that's limiting is still the Edwards rules.
Yeah.
They're meant to protect the freshwater Edwards, but they kind of put a blanket rule over it. It doesn't matter, it's Edwards. So, and particularly with NBU, they really had to struggle, you know, with that. As we look forward into other options of using more of the saline Edwards, you know, we have that issue still at hand that might be out of that area that's been allowed by the legislature to do this injection through the Edwards.
Yeah, it's interesting. Buda got that. Charles, MBU was able to obtain I call it a carve out. I don't know if that's the right word for it, for being able to inject in the saline Edwards. I mean, you're the only lobbyist up here, Shauna. Can you talk about the process of how, if, you know, I don't want to say City of Austin, that's a hard one, but somebody like that could get a similar kind of a bill passed that will allow them to go through the Edwards
I think it starts with getting Senator Campbell to carry your bill, because she's the one who's gotten, I mean, not really, but her bill has been the one to pass for both of those efforts with Buda and New Braunfels. So yeah, you know, we have basically the Edwards is special. And so if you want to do an ASR project outside of the Edwards, great, go ahead, do it. But if you want to do it within the Edwards, either through or into or through the Edwards, you need your carve out. You need to work with your legislator. We saw that the Buda effort was started in 2017, and there were a lot of people at that table working on that bill. We finally got it to a good place, but it was a little bit too far into the session, and so my advice would be work far in advance with the stakeholders before session starts and get a draft ready to go. Don't just file something and then have to work on it. Get your work done before session. Talk to your member before session, get everybody on board. So that finally passed in 2019. Then we had the New Braunfels bill pass in 2019, both Campbell's bills. Okay. So it's good to have both chambers involved. But yeah, unless you fall under the Buda bill, which is a project through the Edwards into the Trinity, there's like some wiggle room there, but the New Braunfels legislation is very specific to New Braunfels. So you would still need a carve out for most projects into the Edwards.
Okay. Okay. And Charles, I mean, just working with municipalities or other folks that might use this as a strategy, I mean, going forward, do you see any special challenges in trying to convince folks of the viability of this, if it is viable, or trying it as a strategy?
Well, I think always, you know, I've never had a client or a city manager or anyone that has said to me, cost doesn't matter. I think cost is always going to matter, and it's always going to be an investment. And so you have to be able to justify why you need to make that investment. And I think maybe that's the biggest challenge. I think from a resiliency standpoint, there's a lot of federal funding that is kind of trickling down now for resiliency, and ASR as a water supply would count toward that. So it is an available funding mechanism. But there's a lot of interest in ASR, and I think just the sheer stamina of this group hanging out with us on the last morning of the conference to hear about that is maybe a testament to that. There's a lot of interest in ASR, not just as a water supply strategy, but also as a water resiliency strategy. So we know things can happen during droughts. We're counting on a certain amount of water being available, and when it's not, what do you do? And so from a resiliency standpoint, this really gives you a hedge against something happening to one of your water supplies. For New Braunfels in particular, they've done a great job over the last few years of diversifying their water supply portfolio. The groundwater, surface water, they're getting water from the Guadalupe Mid-Basin project that's going to be coming online soon. A lot of different sources, Edwards, fresh water, as well as Trinity groundwater. So, but what happens when one of those supplies is down for whatever reason? Now, we didn't think a whole lot about this, right, until Snowmageddon, or Snowvid, or whatever you want to call it. You know, when you have 4 straight days of sub-freezing temperatures, and you know, we can't produce water, or our water supplies are not available. So then, what do you do? So really, they're very interested in the resiliency of that water supply, of their portfolio, and what they can do to make it better. And ASR is going to be a big piece of that to make sure that it continues to be resilient.
Appreciate that, Charles. And I want to use the last minute we have on this section before we jump to questions from the audience to just talk about what role GCDs might have going forward in the next couple of years. I think there have been a couple of GCDs that recognize the potential value of ASR to help preserve water inside their districts. So it's a strategy by which you can either, if you have a depleted aquifer, maybe you could do managed aquifer recharge and you can increase the amount of water in your depleted aquifer, or just by encouraging ASR and being able to conjunctively use surface water in that way, you can preserve the water in your district. And I don't want to sing the praises of Dirk Aaron too much because they do it enough around here, but he did a great job in Bell County of getting a consortium together with the county judge and putting together a really nice set of basically workshops to educate the municipalities and other folks in that district on what the benefits of ASR could be. And you know, he's not the regulator because he doesn't regulate ASR, but he recognized the benefit, and I think that was really a good step and something that could be replicated. And with that, I'll go to questions. Sure.
So I'll first look to the audience to see if there are any questions before I read the ones that came in on the app. All right, so, and it actually goes exactly to where you kind of wrapped up there, Neil. Someone was asking a little bit more about the interaction between ASR and the rule of capture, and I would add on to that. What about areas that don't have a GCD and issues regarding somebody taking the water that's being stored? How is that all resolved and the interplays there?
So when we did House Bill 655, the issue of trespass was definitely discussed at length, but it was something we did not want to put into legislation. So at the end of the day, there's no liability. TCEQ has no liability on that front, but you know, at the end of the day, if you don't protect your own project, because the law just requires that your acreage is contiguous, for your wells, but your bubble could potentially go beyond your tract of land, your project could. And your neighbor is definitely able to suck that water out under the rule of capture. And we haven't really seen the courts make a decision on that front. Maybe there will be a case on ASR in the future, but that's something that has been yet to be determined. So the rule of capture definitely applies.
And I'm just going to add on my own question with that. Are there any strategies that these projects are utilizing to try to avoid that from happening?
Yeah, and you know, in urban areas, it's maybe less of a risk just because the cities usually have zoning and regulations that would prohibit drilling of a well in those types of areas. So if they're storing underneath land that they control, it's a lot easier to secure that. With New Braunfels, you know, we were out on the outskirts, and certainly that was a bit of a concern, but this goes back to that first part of the process where you're doing that desktop analysis, you're gathering all of that information, identifying where the right site is. It's not just based on the geology, but it's also based on how can we protect that. And where we ended up putting the ASR site in New Braunfels is on the municipal airport site, because that is all protected land, and we could pretty well keep the bubble managed within that airport site.
And Brian, could you imagine a scenario where you would have different spacing rules for ASR wells in order to try to keep folks from, you know, putting their straw in the bubble?
Well, yeah, well, this certainly gets complicated with all the options that, you know, relate to the regulations of a groundwater district, what people can and can't do. So there's certainly some room there that a groundwater district could restrict things. You know, say in the case of Ruby Ranch, if one of the neighbors there came and said, well, they wanted to tap into that bubble, they just wanted water, they didn't want to get it from their normal source, they'd have to come to us for a permit to drill, and maybe it'd be an exempt well, but I don't know at what point we'd be able to just say, well, you can't do that. But if it was an exempt well, I don't know why someone would drill an 1,100-foot well to get water they already have.
Yeah.
And, you know, the cost of that, and that's such a small amount of water that, you know, the ASR system wouldn't really be too worried about a domestic well or two. I think it's more about a big pumper coming in saying, yeah, I'm really going to steal that water and get away with it.
Fair enough.
And then there was another question, and it ties back to our previous speaker about the viability and issues associated with potentially putting treated produced water into ASR.
Wow, I mean, Shauna, you said that, you know, we're no more restrictive than EPA, but basically you cannot put water in the aquifer that's not at least as good as the aquifer. So you have to demonstrate that you're not mixing your recharge water with water that's better than the water that's in the aquifer itself. So that produced water, you'd have to be putting it back in an aquifer that's pretty bad or highly saline.
The bar would be pretty high.
You're still going to have to meet all the requirements that TCEQ has on water quality. So if it's produced water and it's been treated or not, if you're trying to get an ASR project, you're going to have to, that specific kind of UIC permit, there's other UIC permits that could be utilized, but you would have to meet the water quality standards.
Okay, wonderful. Well, let's give this panel a round of applause. Really appreciate you being here. Couple really quick announcements before we head into our last break. This is your last chance to use our photo booth. We already have some awesome pictures, but if you haven't used it yet, please let us know you were here so we can have those fun photos. Exhibitor bingo is out there. Big thank you to Intera for being our break sponsor. If you're running up to your room to check out over the break, you can put your luggage in Charlie's long bar for storage for our last session. We're going to be back here at 10:45 for an additional speaker and our legal issues panel. So I look forward to seeing you then. All right, well, let's get started with our last general session. Our next speaker is Dana Porter. She's an agricultural engineering specialist in agricultural water management at the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension in Lubbock. Excited to have her here joining us today. She's going to be talking about what agriculture can do to save water. Something that, obviously, not only do we need to look for new supplies, but we need to stretch the resource further. So let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Porter.
Thank you. I guess it's great to get to see friends and contacts, and just it's really great to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. The title I was given, More with Less, What Agriculture Can Do to Save Water. And a lot of these things you already know. Some of you know better than I do, and I'm sure that you'll correct me. But I do appreciate this. I think there are tremendous opportunities in agricultural water conservation. Obviously, it's part of the regional water planning process, and in your regional water plans, we talk about these. Just a little perspective, again, preaching to the choir, but agricultural water use in Texas, the blue boxes. This is from a publication by Kevin Wagner. It's a few years old, but looking at the water use sectors in different regions in Texas, agriculture comprises about 95% of the groundwater withdrawals. In the region O, that's where I'm based. I'm from Lubbock, Texas. So we use a lot of water there. So water conservation can actually make a big difference. It is important to us, obviously, and a lot of you guys. Also, a little perspective. Again, my bias from region O. Total area and crop production, we're only about 9% in the state. But as far as the total irrigated acre, we're 46%, about half of the total, almost half of the total irrigated acres in the state. So we can use a lot of water, but we have we've made some really great progress in, we give the credit where it's due. The producers have adopted the technologies, and they're doing the management to make it work. In the National Agricultural Statistics Survey, Census of Agriculture, there was the 2018 survey looking at barriers to adoption of water conservation and energy conservation practices in Texas. If you can see, you can look at, a lot of these are related to capital investments, economics, will it pay, return on investment. A lot of them, can I get the money? Is it gonna pay? We'll get into these a little bit more in depth. And then a few of these things, is it gonna work practically? So these are the concerns that the producers or landowners will have on whether they're gonna adopt technologies. And I'm gonna dig through these a little bit more. A lot of you, especially from the rural districts, you know a lot of these things, but I try to present it in a way that just to try to explain the complexities of the decisions. It's not, I think I work in the irrigation applied research world and extension world. I work a lot with producers, more agribusiness, those audiences, but sometimes people will say, researchers will say, well, why don't the producers just adopt my technology? Well, it's more complicated than you think it is. There are a lot of things that go into those decisions, and so let's just kind of scan through some of these. I said economics, that's in the surveys, that's what the producers are saying, why they may be reluctant to adopt some technologies. First of all, they look at the cost benefits. Okay, is the technology going to pay for itself? Can I afford? Can I get cost share assistance? Can I get a low interest loan? And I know that a lot of the groundwater conservation districts facilitate these adoptions through programs that you have, and those are really appreciated. I do dig into your websites, and I appreciate what you're doing to promote water conservation in agriculture. And hopefully we'll have also the promise, if I manage my water better, if I get a better return on the water I put out, hopefully I can get the same or better yields for lower inputs. So those are the things that we look at in research and extension, and I know that you also promote them, and I really appreciate that. We look at climate and crop considerations. Okay, it's not a one-size-fits-all for technologies. So I look at the soil texture. It's going to make a big difference if I have the water. If I'm basing on soil water monitoring, it's easier with a Pullman clay loam than it is for a brownfield sand. You know, that soil texture is going to make a big difference. The drought tolerance of my crops, we'll dig into this a little bit more. Integrated pest management, there are a whole lot more decisions about climate and crop considerations that, again, it's not a one-size-fits-all. What practices are going to work? I look at the effectiveness of strategies. Will the strategies work? Now, okay, let's say adopting micro-irrigation. Micro-irrigation is a great tool. It doesn't fit for every operation, and it's not a good fit for some management considerations. I will say that if I don't have access to three-phase irrigation, three-phase power, I may have a harder time with my center pivots, okay? So again, they're just these practical considerations that a lot of people may not fully understand. And of course, some of us on the inside know that there are some heavily marketed strategies and technologies that may not deliver what they promise. And we need to be realistic in what we consider and what we advocate. Technology considerate, again, the power availability. We have some new advanced technologies, and I'm working in some advanced irrigation controllers, automation of technologies, automation of irrigation, and some of the graduate students we're working with, electrical and computer engineers, we have to explain to them why some of this stuff has to be able to work off the grid. Everything is going Internet of Things, and that is cool, and I like working with it because I can grab the data, automate the control, run a little machine learning, optimize my irrigation, and tell it to irrigate. But what if I'm off? What if I don't have good internet connectivity? It's going to be a different process. Or what if I have privacy concerns with my data? So there's some other concerns there, those technology and privacy concerns. Policy considerations, crop insurance, that's a big one. When I was an absentee landowner, I went to my crop insurance guy before I made any changes, because am I going to be covered? If I change this practice, if I change this crop, am I going to be covered? And that was a very important thing. Of course, the water regulatory. I was in C.E. Williams district. So, okay, CE, how much water can I use? And what's the pumping limits? And so I take those into consideration as well. And then the operation-specific considerations. And this goes all over the place. Labor and management ability. So I know a landowner, he actually has property in New Mexico. He had everything fully automated on his drip irrigation system, and he went back to manual valve control. Why was that? Well, because his irrigation manager couldn't run the programs for the automated controller, but he could turn on and off the valves. So that made a big difference on what he could use. Landowner and tenant preferences, field layout, crops, there's so many different operation-specific considerations in adoption of those technologies, and whether or not they're going to work, whether or not they're going to pay, and how effective they're really going to be. So I don't think I'm telling you anything you don't already know on this, and I encourage you to add to the list. But it is complex, the decisions are complex, and sometimes the farmer is not the only one making those decisions. A lot of times it is the landowner, it might be the crop insurance. There are a lot of those a lot of voices in his head. There was a gentleman that used to call me when I was a news specialist. He'd call me and just ask me hard questions, one after the other, and I thought he was picking on me. And a few years into this, he called, and we had a really great conversation, and I turned after, answered his question. Really what it ended up is he would ask me a question, I'd ask him a question back, and really unbeknownst to me, what I was really doing is helping him think through his decisions, because he trusted me, I was objective, and I was the only one he would talk to that didn't have a dog in the hunt. I didn't have a financial stake in his operation, and he would just ask me questions and talk it through, and that's how he worked it out, but because it was complex. Some agricultural water conservation strategies that we have, again, my bias in the High High Plains agricultural producers have really been rapid adopters of advanced irrigation technologies, including the variations on the theme of low-pressure center pivot irrigation, where it requires lower energy compared to the higher pressure systems, and we can achieve higher efficiencies with those systems. And you've heard of LEPA, or low energy precision application, low elevation spray application, mid elevation spray application, all these variations on the theme. But we can achieve some very high application efficiencies, very high uniformities with good management with these systems. We also have a relatively high adoption, particularly in the South Plains, about a 9-county area around Lubbock, of subsurface drip irrigation, micro irrigation in general, but where the water is more limited capacity, where in our soils that we have, in our crops we have, particularly cotton, we've had some very good successes with micro irrigation, subsurface drip irrigation, and more recently, the wine grape production uses micro irrigation, so we've had some really good successes there. It jumps ahead, sorry. Some further improvements of efficiency. When I interviewed for my job that I have now, I interviewed more years ago than I dare admit. Too many of you guys know me too well. You know how long I've been there. But I was asked the question, okay, we have subsurface drip irrigation. We have LEPA irrigation. What's the next big technology? That was the question I was asked. And the best answer I could come up with at the time was, we have the tools. The producers are using the tools. But we can definitely improve how we're managing and using those to get the difference, because I see these, you've all seen the numbers, this irrigation system gets 95% efficiency. That one gets 98% efficiency. I hate that because it's not true. Those are achievable efficiencies, but I can manage it badly and get very bad efficiency. Steve's nodding, goes, preach it, sister. So I need to manage it well. And there are a lot of things I can do to improve that management, and that's really what I've dedicated my research to, irrigation scheduling tools. Okay, now I need to understand the information that goes into that, and we'll get into that. I depend on locally relevant research programs that address local issues, locally relevant, local conditions, local crops. People trust that, and they're applicable. It also depends heavily on collaboration between university research, extension, industry, the groundwater conservation districts in the High Plains and elsewhere, but I'm biased. Okay, I'm up in the High Plains. Tremendously supportive of applied research programs to help us improve, to help us do a better job, and we really appreciate that. A USDA Agricultural Research Service, these guys are smart. They're doing some really great work, and it's really great. These partnerships are helping us a lot. So working together and working with the producers, we're getting some answers that they need. Waiting for, okay, there. What I've been working on, and there are some major manufacturers of irrigation equipment and some public sector and third-party private sector groups are offering packages to monitor and control irrigation equipment. So you have automated center pivot irrigation, automated drip irrigation, and that can be anything from a simple timer like you have on your lawn irrigation system to advanced machine learning-based control technologies, which are way fun to work on and challenging at the same time. A lot of the companies are offering internet-based dashboard visualization, so I can pull up my phone, I can tell where my pivots are running, I control them, I know how much water, it helps with the record keeping. These are some very good tools. Variable rate irrigation capabilities, programmable controllers, and sensor-based technologies are really advancing the capabilities, and what we're doing then is we've got a lot of data. Well, now the producer's got a lot of data to deal with. So now we come up with decision tools to help him manage that, so to help process that data. Regardless of the tool selection, I'm going to have to manage and maintain the irrigation system. Again, with Steve's permission, I'll just repeat it. I can take a really good system, manage it badly, and get bad results. If I manage a surface water irrigation, a furrow irrigation, I grew up moving gated pipe, by the way. If I have a well-managed, well-laid out system, I can make some really good improvements into that. I can do a good job with row water if I really pay attention. It's easier to do that with a center pivot system or a drip system. But managing it with the knowledge, there's a lot of research, a lot of good information and knowledge that we have about crop water requirements, soil water holding, sensors, that we have a lot of information available. Let's use it. And let's help, I think if we can get integrated and communicating, get integrated with our messaging, we can help our producers do a better job and use the data that they have accessible to them. And managing the total water in the context, because if my crop has a major disease problem, dumping more water on it's not going to fix the problem. So I need to manage it in context of the total crop. So I'll just kind of venture out into your territory a little bit more. Regional water plans include conservation strategies to help meet the water needs. And I'll pick on the Region A group. I really appreciate what they've done with the agricultural water conservation strategies. They've been fairly consistent over time, and they've evolved over time, doing a tremendous job. And we'll step through these: irrigation scheduling, equipment changes. All of these are listed in their regional plan. Hopefully you've read the whole thing, all however many thousands of pages that it is. Let's go. Irrigation scheduling. Okay, let's pick on a lot of these. How are they going to help conserve water? What are some of the pros and cons? Irrigation scheduling, first of all, what it is, it's applying the information, the knowledge that we have from research and experience, local in-field data, so I may have soil water monitoring, I may have local weather information, and I'm going to use this information I have to guide irrigation timing and rate. And the timing of irrigation is going to be based on the crop water requirements. Now I start finessing it. A lot of the research now in the Lubbock area where we're supplemental irrigation is what we call, we don't like to say deficit irrigation, we call it supplemental. In other words, we're going to maximize the rainfall as much as we can, and then we're going to see what we can do, how much we can do with the little bit of, with the little water that we have. So we're going to time it. When is it best? So Jim Brodowski did some tremendous work on, if I have to short cotton, when can I get by with shortening the water on the cotton? So maybe early it doesn't use that much water. At peak bloom, I really need to give it the water, and then I can back off. Okay, and other crops. So we look at those sensitive times, and we start getting into the biology of the plant, the soil physics. We've got to put these pieces together to be able to do that well, because when you start really tightening your water applied, your risk goes up of missing the mark. The water saving opportunities with irrigation scheduling are irrigation, particularly initiation and termination. So at the beginning of the season, when do I need to start it? And as the crop gets near maturity, when can I stop irrigation? Those are some good opportunities where I can cut an irrigation application or two and save an inch or two of water in one season on one crop. And I do this over several 100,000 acres, and it adds up. The other thing is I need confidence in the numbers. So I see the numbers. I've got a soil probe in there. It's given me a number. Should I trust it? Can I trust it? And so the work and working with the producers, again, with the work that the groundwater districts are supporting and the work that you're doing with producers, this is really helping those producers understand those numbers and decide whether they can trust the numbers. Irrigation equipment changes. This is a big one in the high plains. A lot of people have already adopted the low pressure center pivots and the drip irrigation. And so a lot of those have already been made. We reduced the evaporation and runoff losses. The cost of that, the disadvantage is capital investment and the management, the change of management. So I really have to learn how to do it. The benefits: improved precision, improved application efficiency, and uniformity. The catch is it still needs to be managed well. Soil management. Okay, we can spend days on this as well, but it goes anywhere from land forming, land leveling, furrow diking, contour tillage. Those things are tried and true methods. Now we're starting to talk more about soil health. What is it really? What the value is it really? And we have to manage. There's some good research going on right now looking at, particularly in the more arid or the lower rainfall areas, the lower water quantity or capacity areas. What are the crop mixes that are going to make sense? Because Jordan Bell's doing tremendous work. Okay, I can't. I figure Steve will correct me. Steve or somebody will correct me but they're doing some really good numbers. Right now, I think the jury's still out. In some places, the cover crops are really doing some beneficial work. On some areas, we may need to adjust the crop mixes and the recommendations for more local conditions to make sure it works. Also, there are some, again, practices that are well documented. There's some other practices and technologies that are promoting some unrealistic claims, and I think we need numbers and we need to be realistic about what we're achieving with those, and there's some tremendous opportunities ahead. Advances in plant breeding and changes to crop varieties. There's several breeding programs in the state that are working on drought tolerance as traits, as well as salt tolerance in traits. Jane Deaver's group has a salt tolerance in cotton, for instance, that came up earlier today. These drought tolerant crops they may or may not be less water demanding. They can get through the drought times better than those that are not drought tolerant. The peak water use, though, is about the same. And so I look at the crop water curve, I can get by with less water, but it doesn't mean the crop necessarily uses less water. It may or may not. Now, where I can conserve water is the shorter season. So my peak water use or my the daily demand might be the same as the full season crop, but I'm shortening. I'm condensing that growth curve. I'm shortening the time frame, so there are fewer days to irrigate. So that's where the opportunity to save water is. But it also means if I miss that irrigation window, the error has a bigger impact. So I need to be better at managing it. So we're working with the breeders to come up with the management plan that goes along, the recipe that goes with the ingredients in the box. I need to follow the recipe to make it work the best. Also with the shorter seasons, I have some opportunity to try to adjust my earlier or later, my planting window to miss the peak water time. You know, in the high plains, that late June, we typically end up with a real hot, dry spell right in that last week of June. If I can get it where my corn is tasseling after that, that's good. That's good. Other strategies, conservation to dryland farming are addressed in the water plan, and changes in crop type. There are special risks. Of course, if I stop irrigating, I'm going to save water. But there are some risks involved. You know, if we talk to our growers, and I've heard researchers just say, why don't they just convert to dryland? Okay. So how about you run your sandwich shop without bread? You know, you can still sell meat and tomato slices, but, you know. There's some risk associated with that. Supplemental or deficit irrigation I talked about earlier, we need to manage it carefully. You know, if I miss the mark, if I'm just applying limited water at critical times, I better know where that critical time is, and I need to know when I need to have the water there. So it's a little more risky, a lot more risky. Another thing I can do is irrigate smaller, like a lot of the producers in the South Plains irrigate smaller acreages of higher value crops, wine grapes, for instance. And I'll go back to my sweet corn breeder. Wenwei Shu has some corn varieties that are drought tolerant, heat tolerant, fumonisin resistant, meaning I'm less likely to grow the crop to the end of the season and get it totally rejected and unmarketable. So I'm more likely to make a marketable crop with less water, and it's got some higher nutritional content. So it's got some niche market, and it's some wild colors too. So I could, you know, he's looking at selling it for a higher value. So maybe that's an alternative to the wine grapes, and it doesn't require me to buy special equipment. I've already got the combine. I can already harvest it. So those capital investments is another risk that we took at. I said, well, just grow a niche crop. Well, that's great. How am I going to plant it? How am I going to harvest it? How do I store it? Where's the buying point? So those are some considerations. I'm ending a little early because I encourage questions. I know that's a dangerous thing to do. But I want to take a little bit of time to acknowledge the support that the research that I do, and I don't do it in a vacuum. I work with some tremendously smart, wonderful people. USDA Agricultural Research Service at Bushland, Texas in particular. Calvin I work with Thomas Marek, research engineer up there, who's just, if y'all know him, he's smart, and there's nothing he can't do. His son Gary is a research scientist at ARS, and he's doing some tremendous work in modeling, remote sensing, scintillometry, which I cannot spell, but no. Looking at real measurements of evapotranspiration demand, atmospheric demand, really digging into the long-term data that they have collected on the weighing lysimeter. So he's really drilling down into the true water demand of the crops and water efficiency. And so he's advancing. He's working with some other smart people. He's great. Jordan Bell, tremendous agronomist. So I could go on and on, but what good am I? I know smart people. That's my connection, as I know smart people. But we do have good, the water seed program at Texas A&M University has really helped with this research that we're doing. The High Plains Underground Water Conservation District has been tremendously helpful, and we appreciate their advice and input. We really do. They're just tremendous. We've had some federal grants that we've been able to advance these technologies and tools and really study and evaluate things and pay the bills to go tell the story. So I really appreciate that. And any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them, or I'll defer to them. I'll defer them to somebody in the room who knows more than I do. So I appreciate your time and your invitation. Thank you very much. Uh-oh.
I was going to say, I got
Now
two
I'm
questions, but
scared.
I'm going to give the audience a chance first. Steve?
For the group, can you tell people what fumonisin is?
Fumonisin, thank you. I'm sorry. Fumonisin, there's really it's one of many mycotoxins. When corn or other crops, when they get damaged, it's a fungus, and the toxins can render, if you detect a toxin, fumonisin or aflatoxin is one that you might have heard. When they're detected, they cannot be marketable for human food, dairy feed, or anything. So I get this fungus in a crop. Aflatoxin tends to show up in a drought-stressed crop. Fumonisin tends to show up in wetter conditions. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks.
So I got a question on the app asking about
Dirk is picking on me.
the use of produced water for irrigation.
That's a good one. Thank you. Actually, my colleague at Lubbock, Katie Lewis, did her dissertation on produced water for irrigation of cotton, and I get a lot of questions about it. The problem is people read the title of her dissertation and they don't read the fine print. What she did was she mixed, treated produced water, irrigation with it, treated produced water mixed with water from the Pecos Aquifer, salty, and applied straight salty groundwater. And the produced water treatment did better than the groundwater treatment, but that's because she was using treated produced water. So it was, you're looking at, cotton is one of the most salt-tolerant crops that we have. I think only barley is more tolerant. But Vinky said earlier, 5,000 TDS is really high even for cotton. And the risk of accumulating salts in the root zone, particularly where I have a limited irrigation and I'm not leaching, I'm not able to flush the salts below the surface, so I end up accumulating even higher concentrations. So it's very risky. I like the idea, but the treatment necessary is going to make it pretty expensive.
Any other questions from the audience? I do have one more.
Dirk has got me.
I do. It's more of a comment for those of you that see her title, which is pretty extensive up there. I see that she's the extension program leader in her department. And those of us in the room that know about the 4-H2O and 4-H ambassadors, I personally want to say thank you for continuing to support David's program because you're his boss, right? And we appreciate anyone's commitment to funding his position and supporting that, and then the money goes to the kids, because most of the money coming, I think, is coming through the groundwater, and we appreciate you for that.
Thank you, Dirk. I really appreciate that. And thanks to David. When he said he was going to start this program, and I was new in this role, and I was thinking, well, he's going to do it for next year. No, he started, boom, right out of the gate, because that's Dave. Y'all know David. No, I agree. He's doing the Texas 4-H Water Ambassadors Program and the students out there, I got the opportunity to visit with some of them. They're doing a tremendous job. He's doing a tremendous job. But I know a lot of your districts, a lot of your groups are supporting his program, and it's great. Janet Guthrie and I were talking earlier. You know, if this had been around when we were in high school, our paths to where we got might have been a lot straighter, you know. But thank you, David. Thank you, Dirk. And thank you, everybody who's supporting the program. Thank you.
That was great. We so appreciate you coming down. And yes, we love the 4-H Water Ambassadors. It's an amazing program and appreciate all that you as districts do to support them. So last but not least is the lawyers. We've got our legal issues panel, and we're going to do it a little bit different this year. We've been kind of tweaking the format for a while, and we're treating this one a little bit more like a lightning round. So we've got 4 attorneys who have been kind enough to agree to be here to provide some updates on some kind of timely legal issues, and I've asked them each to spend 15 minutes up here at the podium covering that topic before we move on to the next attorney. So we're going to have Monique Norman of Monique Norman Law talking about an update on significant holdings and issues in recent decisions, as well as ongoing disputes. Then we're going to have Natasha Martin, a shareholder at Graves Doherty here in Moody, talking about administrative penalties and enforcement issues, followed by Cole Ruiz at the Lloyd Goslink Law Firm, talking about the viability of using federal courts in litigation against GCDs. And then we're going to close with Kimberly Kelly with the Bickerstaff Law Firm, who's going to talk about some federal cases potentially affecting the state regulation of groundwater. So I'm going to ask those 4 speakers if they could make their way to the stage and take seats here, and then they'll come up to the podium one at a time. Let's give them a warm welcome.
I'm clicking it, y'all. Okay, got
There's
it.
the
Perfect.
clicker, and then you'll have your slides there, and then when you get to your last one, it's just going to move to the next speaker.
Okay.
And I'm right there, and I'll have the card for that.
Perfect. Hi, everybody. I'm Monique Norman. I have practiced water law for 25-ish years, and since '03, exclusively represent groundwater districts as general counsel, only represent groundwater district side, do not represent the applicant protestant side. Okay, so I was asked to cover 4 cases, which is a lot in 15 minutes. So I'm going to be flying through them and trying to focus on how they affect groundwater districts as a whole and not really on the weeds of the issue of the specific cases, although they're all kind of weedy. The first one is a prototype. Do we go? Okay, prototype machine company v. Boulware. This is Kenny County case. I'm sure Kenny County feels like whack-a-mole, and hopefully this is the last one that they have to deal with, rising out of litigation, starting on protesting permits from '05. But the main issue on this one, the holding of the Court of Appeals on this that just came out at the end of July, is that this was dealt with a late intervener. There were some other ones, but prototype was the last one left. And the court in 36 says this as well. The court said you have to exhaust administrative state remedies in state court, and we'll talk about that issue later. This is state court, not federal court. And so that means that only the permit applicant, the people that contest the permit from the very beginning, and the district can be parties to the contested case hearing and therefore appeal in litigation those issues, not late interveners or interveners. Interveners are third parties that enter the civil suit late. And so that doesn't work. So for groundwater districts, what you need to look at is make sure is this echoing? Sorry. Make sure that your rules really incorporate these exhaustion of administrative remedies of subchapter M in your rules, and you put out all of those requirements of when does the protestant have to submit their protest? A lot of my clients, I advise, we do to recognize the 10-day hearing. We require the protest by 5 p.m. the day before the hearing, so at least we go into the hearing knowing what's going to happen at that hearing, whether it's going to be contested or not, but it still respects the 10-day hearing requirement, notice requirement. Make sure your rules cover all those exhaustion of remedies when you have to file a motion for a hearing and comply with Chapter 36 and all those issues. For the permit applicants and protestants, make sure you follow the rules. If you don't meet those deadlines, you may not be able to contest, you will not be able to then challenge it later as prototype. The other issue that a lot of this, I think there was 4 different appeals. Various people were chasing attorney's fees. Of course, when you chase attorney fees, you create more attorney fees. And so the other issues, the appellate court said the trial court under Chapter 36 and the Uniform Declaratory Judgment Act have broad discretion in issuing attorney's fees, and when it's in the interest of justice, which was one of the issues that they were contesting. Okay, so those are those issues. Sorry, I'm not multitasking very well. Not that one. Okay, Quadvest. Okay, this issue does not involve a groundwater district, although it comes out of litigation with the Lone Star District when Quadvest and other investor-owned utilities challenged the Lone Star District's groundwater reduction plan rule. That was later settled and agreed and put into final judgment that invalidated that groundwater production rule. But those large volume groundwater users had, because of that rule, had entered into joint groundwater reduction plan contracts with the San Jacinto River Authority. That's what this case is. They sued, they want out, the investor-owned utilities want out of those contracts. They're using groundwater, they're not even using river water. The first thing that SGRA did, well, not the first thing, but what they did is they filed a motion to dismiss. One of the issues was that it was on an interlocutory appeal, the issue of state action immunity. And the court, the Fifth Circuit, so 2 things. After reading this opinion, the Fifth Circuit is the only circuit that lets you do state action immunity issues on interlocutory appeal. So that's an interesting issue. The other issue is they went to the meat and potatoes of does SGRA enjoy state action immunity? And the Fifth Circuit said no, they don't, because they went through the different analysis, the different tiers of it, and they said although they do have legislative authority to do these contracts and set rates and go into contracts, the legislature had to specifically said that it was allowing them to go into competitive in the markets because this is a Sherman I'm sorry, I skipped over that very important issue. They're suing federal court under Sherman Antitrust Act, price fixing. And so the legislature would have specifically allowed them to do that, and the Fifth Circuit said they don't. So this was the beginning of August, sent back to federal court for the case to begin. Sorry, I feel like I'm flying through on this. I'm sorry if I'm talking fast. Okay. The next one is, now we're in federal court on Fazzino v. Brazos Valley. Full disclosure, I've been general counsel for Brazos Valley for 20-ish years. So I'm going to try to stay very broad on this case. This issue comes out of, based on, I understand the Brazos Valley's rules. They were first in place in December 2004. They established existing and new rules based on the adoption date of the rules of December 2004. You're an existing well if the well was drilled or you had significant development of that well. And if you didn't have those things, you're a new well. That's a basis of this lawsuit, in that they filed a equal protection claim and a takings claim based on that premise. Fazzino has approximately 26 acres. If he positioned the wells appropriately, or not appropriately, but in the right way, he could get up to 800-something acre feet on those 26 acres under the new permit rules, new well rules of the district. But he didn't want what he could get under the rules that apply to new wells. He wanted what the neighbor had that was an existing well, which was several thousand acre feet. So that's the basis of the lawsuit. on a very simple version. It went through SOA, it went to state court, it was dismissed in state court, maybe on exhaustion of, didn't get to those issues, but maybe on exhaustion of state remedies, went to federal court. We talked earlier about the Kenny County prototype Boulware case about you have to exhaust administrative remedies. Well, that was an interesting first issue in this Fazzino case. Is in federal court, they first dismissed on that Williamson County case, you have to exhaust administrative remedies. While it was at waiting at the Fifth Circuit, the Supreme Court changed. They overturned Williamson County, and so now at federal court, you do not have to exhaust your administrative remedies. Oh my gosh, 5 minutes. Okay, so really quickly. So last week, the federal judge ruled in favor of the Brazos Valley Groundwater District for the equal protection only. The takings claim is left. They went through the analysis why the well next door to the city of Bryan Well 18 is not a similar, they are an existing well, and there's a rational basis for those rules, and I'm rushing through that. The takings claim is still pending, so that will be, I think, trial is set for November at this point, and there's still a pending motion for summary judgment. So we're still waiting on whether we have court or a ruling on that issue. The next one is the last one, and a few minutes is not enough to talk about the LCRA permit to Lost Pines. LCRA permit for 25,000 acre feet on about 4,800-ish acres. That issue has several protestants. It's gone to contested case hearing. The SOA, the ALJs, has issued their proposals for decisions, and there are three primarily recommendations on those. Two, that LCRA and Lost Pines must enter into a monitoring well agreement to assess impacts caused by production from the LCRA well field. LCRA is required to perform a pump test as they drill each well in the district, and the GM may adjust the rate of withdrawal if necessary. And also that the total permanent amount is phased over 4 phases, up to a maximum of 2,500 acre feet at 8,000 GPM. LCRA must meet several conditions before advancing through each phase, including providing binding commitments to show actual demand for the additional groundwater. These are agreed provisions between staff and LCRA. The Lost Pines Board has not yet issued a final ruling on that. They've had a series of hearings, and I've told that maybe in September they're going to issue a final ruling on that. I am not involved in that case. There's several issues related to that. I know there's some questions about the PFD says that Bed and Banks permit is not waste based on Corpus Christi Pleasanton case. I think there's some questions about that because after that 1955 case, the water code was amended, the waste definition was amended. It says that it's not waste if you put groundwater in a water course if you have a Chapter 26 permit, which is TPDS water quality permit. Bed and Banks permit is Chapter 11 permit. So there's some questions about that. Is that really the law? And you would need a Bed and Banks and a TPDS permit for it not to be considered waste, potentially. So that's an issue. There's also issues how it affects groundwater districts when you've got these agreed amendments and the part in Chapter 36 where it says that, I'm thinking 113, that you can put restrictions in a permit, but then it has to apply to all new permits and increased use by historic users after that time, after you put that restriction in. Well, does that apply to settlements? How does that affect future permits in the district? It's an interesting question that I think we need to watch and affect all of us. And the other issue is that again, I don't have anything to do with Lost Pines and LCRA. I am in a GMA. I represent 2 clients in the same GMA as them. Their permits, predictability in rulemaking and production acreage requirements, and Lost Pines rule doesn't have a typical production acreage requirement. Are we down to 1 minute? Like a 2 acre foot per acre foot. So that's why you have a 25,000 acre foot permit on less than 5,000 acres. And if districts or other districts, I always preach to my clients about putting predictability in your permits. Your discretion of the board should be in developing your rules. And then the applicants know what they get in their rules and in their permits, and it really lessens litigation a lot when they do that. So, imagine if Lost Pines had a 2 acre foot per acre, or I'm just pulling that out of the air, or 1 acre foot per acre, then the applicants would know if I have 4,800 acre feet, I would get 48 acre feet per acre per year. And that predictability manages expectations and really limits litigation quite a bit. Am I close? Perfect. I really rushed through a lot of points that I'd like to go and discuss a lot more. If anybody wants to talk about it, I'm a total policy wonk and would love to talk about it.
You definitely put the lightning round. That was great. Thank you.
I hope it's okay. I just jumped up here.
Exactly right.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I did not multitask
It's okay.
well.
You're fine.
Do you want me to do it for you?
No, it's good. Oh, wait, here we go. All right. Okay, so thank you to Leah and Tagged for having us here today. I'm especially excited because our firm just joined as an associate member. So the Aggie and me would say, whoop. Are there any others? There's a few. There we go. So we're going to talk about enforcement. You'll hear kind of a district flavor tone as I represent Lost Pines, but as a landowner and an applicant, all of these kind of methods and tools you should track as well. Okay, so we'll talk about the authority and which statutes that districts have authority to regulate from and enforce from. We'll talk about which powers come from those authorities, and then also enforcement considerations, and then a few cases, and notably the Mountain Pier case, which is pending right now, if the district loses, could have significant implications on all of this enforcement program that districts have authority to do. Okay, so I didn't start my timer. There we go. So kind of the broad authority comes from the authority to make and enforce rules. And so you'll have a district that has adopted an enforcement program within their rules. The key provision here, though, is 36-102, and that allows districts to sue any person for civil penalties in district court. Those are your two Chapter 36 provisions. We'll talk in more detail about 102 later. But then you also have the district's enabling legislation. Those typically have a provision that allows a right to enter and inspect, gather evidence, determine if there is in fact a violation of a district rule, a permit, or even a state law. And then lastly, also outside of 36, you've got your rules, and those rules typically adopt an enforcement program. Okay, so we'll talk about inspections. So, I mean, the first big consideration with the inspection would be whether the inspection is considered an administrative search. And so under 36, districts inspect property to determine if there has in fact been a violation. And so the thing about this administrative search, which it is termed that in the statute, it has to be reasonable. And so that comes from constitutional law, whereby you can't have an invasion of privacy. There has to actually be a foundation or a basis, a rational basis for the search. What Chapter 36 does to kind of address this reasonableness standard is that it requires the districts to give like a notice that they are present on the property. Some districts have taken that further, and I think it's a best practice to gain the consent from the landowner before going out there. Some of their rules even add that additional layer, but really the statute just says you have to tell them that you're there. You have to follow safety measures and fire protection, et cetera, when you're out there. So there's more about the reasonableness standard, but I don't talk as fast as Monique. So look at the U.S. Supreme Court case on the Fourth Amendment searches, Camara. That's going to give you a 3-part test on what's reasonable or not. And the big part of that 3-part test is your search authorized by a statute? And so here it is. Here this search would be, so, kind of default, it is reasonable. But look at that case if you want more. So another provision that we often don't think about is the authority to inspect under Chapter 26 of the Water Code. That's 26.173. And that you're really inspecting for water quality conditions. Okay. Oh, we've got a nice picture. I love pictures. Okay, so abandoned or deteriorated wells are usually the source of many enforcement actions. And thanks to the EAA, we've got this pretty picture. On the left, you'll see a well that's been well maintained. On the right is a deteriorated well. Your primary concerns with these abandoned and deteriorated wells, you'll see in the photo on the right, you don't have that well cap. And so you can have contaminants come down into your well. Also, if your well casing is deteriorated, you can have leaching out of contaminants into the aquifer. And so the big thing here is going back to the charge of districts, protection of the aquifer, protection of groundwater. These abandoned and deteriorated wells threaten the aquifer. I mean, we've all probably heard of Bomber Lake. That is a lake that was created from a uncapped well, an unplugged well. And so that area is actually, there's some subsidence issues, but it's actually now sinking. You've got this bright green lake in the middle of nowhere. Most districts aren't going to have a well this severe, but that's just an example of how bad things could get. So Section 36.118 allows districts to close and cap wells if the landowner or well owner fails to do it, and then the district can put a lien on the property to recover their costs of doing so. You know, one thing I didn't put on here, and you should jot this down, Section 1901.256 of the Texas Occupations Code also applies here, and it requires GCDs to enforce the state law of the Department of Licensing and Regulation related to abandoned and deteriorated wells. So that's another authority, but it's really more of an obligation than an authority. That code provision also gives the authority for the district to go after that well owner in a civil suit. So just like 36, and we'll talk about 36 civil suits. Okay, so oftentimes, you know, districts do and should try to settle these violations outside of court. And so we call, you know, kind of informally, we call these pre-civil suit efforts. And you'll recall that districts have very broad authority for rulemaking and adoption. And so a lot of districts will kind of put this pre-civil suit attempt in their rules. So you'll see something like a notice of violation being sent. Hey, stop producing over your permitted limit. You'll see next an opportunity for that violator. I'll say violator because I'm with the district. A landowner might say alleged violator. But anyway, sometimes there'll be an opportunity to work with the district and just meet and confer about it. And that notice will also have, you know, a requirement to do some sort of corrective action. So if the person, you know, fails to meet with the district, fails to do the corrective action, you know, then you're kind of left with the civil suit option. But I mean, a lot of times these notices do work. And so what you'll get on the back end is you'll get a settlement agreement between the landowner, the district. Usually involves the corrective action and then also like payment of the district's costs to go after and try to seek compliance. But anyway, these agreements would need to be approved by your boards. Okay, so the lawsuit part, what we try to avoid. Oh, 5 minutes? Okay, that's a very different 5 minutes than I have. Okay. So now I'm down to 4 minutes. So if settlement's not an option, you've got the district has district court opportunity. There's also even I sound like Monique now, a citizen suit opportunity. But we'll talk about that the citizen suit is a little rare. So under 36, going back to 36.102A, Districts can go to district court for civil penalties and injunctive relief. You're going to file that in the county with the district. Part of the statute says, where the district office is actually positioned. You go to district court for these civil penalties, but the district first has to adopt the penalties in their rules. And that penalty can be up to $10,000 per day per violation. Those penalties then could be assessed by that district court. So most of these actions are taken care of at the district court level. Not many of them go up on appeal. But I should note that if the district prevails, the district can seek attorney's costs and fees. There are some kind of restrictions with seeking fees and costs from governmental entities, but you can't just charge them additional costs over the fees that you've set up in your rules. So we're going to move on. Okay, the citizen suits, this is not a commonly used mechanism, but you can really a citizen can only sue over 2 violations. That's if somebody's out there producing without a permit or they're exceeding the permit limit. In order to bring this suit, that citizen would have to be an adjacent landowner. They say, a landowner who has a right to produce. So, or a landowner that has a right to produce within half a mile of the violator. Before that citizen suit can be brought, though, they have to file a complaint with the district, and the district's got to determine, yes, one of these 2 items was actually violated, and the complainant has to actually wait 90 days before filing the suit. And I imagine that 90-day waiting period is so, the district is now on notice of an issue, and so the district could probably come in and maybe get compliance. Again, this is a rarely used provision, but it's out there. So this slide I put in here for Greg Ellis. And, there's an open question on whether districts can assess administrative penalties. And so these penalties would be penalties in addition to these civil penalties that we just talked about. And you wouldn't be necessarily going through the courts to assess this penalty. Some say that 36102C allows for these administrative penalties. C says that civil penalties are, quote, in addition to any other penalty provided by law of this state. So I haven't found that any other law. Some people have found it, pulled it out of their hat, but have not produced the citation for it. So anyway, there's no express authorization in 36, and I think that's an important point. It might be out there, but this is kind of a gray area. But not all districts are in this gray area. As you know, like Edwards Aquifer Authority, they have their own act, and under the EAA Act, they actually are expressly granted administrative penalty authority. Okay. Is that 1 minute? That's 1 minute. 90 seconds. Okay. So the case that I was saying that could really kind of I don't want to say blow it up, but it could be really bad if the Natchez and Trinity Valley GCD does not prevail. So really quickly, Mountain Pure owns basically a bottling plant. They had a tenant that was actually doing the bottling and the operations. They were getting this water out of an excavated spring. Sounds like a well, But anyway, the district said that's a well, and it's regulated. So you need a permit. They sent a notice, kind of like the notice we just talked about. You need a permit. Mountain Pure, they said whatever. They never applied for a permit. So rightly so, the district goes ahead and files this enforcement lawsuit. So the lower court basically, let me see. The lower court threw out they threw out a contracts claim. So basically, Mountain Pure said, hey, you've tortiously interfered with my contract because my bottler ran away because they were scared from your lawsuit. And so anyway, lower court said, we're going to throw that out, but Mountain Pure also brought a takings claim, which was not thrown out. The Court of Appeals threw out the takings claim because they said there's no evidence to support that there's a total regulatory taking. So to show a total regulatory taking, there'd be either a physical invasion or a regulatory invasion, and the big issue is filing a lawsuit. Is that an actual taking? There's a court case, City of Houston v. Carlson, that says no, you can seek enforcement, but that is actually not an attack of the rule or statute. And Mountain Pure has failed to actually attack the rule or statute. So that's an interesting one. Let's watch it. Rolling Plains deals with immunity, and I'm wrapping up right now. And we're on to Kimberly or Cole. Okay. All right. Thank you all. Okay. Let's move on.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come and speak to you about this. And compliments to Leah for putting on a great groundwater summit. My name is Cole Ruiz. I'm with the Lloyd Gosselink Law Firm, and I'm talking to you today about federal courts litigation, specifically from the perspective of a defendant if you're a groundwater conservation district. I think that following up with the presentation that we just heard on the enforcement aspect of it, this is more of that defensive side. So let's go ahead and get started. So the first question we want to talk about when we're trying to access a federal court is jurisdiction. And jurisdiction is generally speaking a court's authority to hear a case and to oversee that case and make a judgment on that case. As groundwater conservation districts, you have some sort of quasi-judicial authority as prescribed by Chapter 36 of the Texas Water Code. State courts are generally, they have what's called general jurisdiction, so they can also hear those types of cases that groundwater conservation districts hear if there's a contested case over a permit, for instance. Can you hear me? All right, good. Sorry about that. And so when we're talking about general jurisdiction, we're talking about state claims that are put in the Texas Water Code, but also claims that are brought under federal statute. So state courts do have authority to hear federal claims. When we're talking about federal jurisdiction, federal courts have what's called limited jurisdiction. And there's several ways to get into federal court if you're a landowner, for instance, trying to sue a GCD. And that's going to come under, if you're plaintiffs of different, or if there's one party is in one state and the other party is in another state, that's called diversity jurisdiction. That's not really applicable to GCDs because all GCDs are in the state of Texas. But really what we're talking about for GCDs from their perspective is what's called federal question jurisdiction. And so I'm not ashamed to admit that before I prepared for this presentation that I pulled my old civil procedure textbook off the old shelf there, dusted it off, and opened up to understand exactly what the intricacies of supplemental jurisdiction under the federal question are. There's a complex case law on it, but it's been pretty well settled that if you have a federal question, a lawsuit that's arising under a federal question, such as, say, a takings or an equal protection action, then that court also has jurisdiction to hear the state claims. So typically, if there is a question that's arising under, if there's multiple questions, right, a federal question or something rising under state law, if it's in the interest of the landowner to seek to have a federal court look at that, they might opt to try to file in federal court. We kind of covered this a little bit through some of the other presentations, but I'll just kind of go through some of the ways to get to state and federal court. Under the Texas Water Code, Chapter 36066 and 36.251 are options to get to they basically give state courts jurisdiction. 36.102 is the enforcement action. that was just spoken about in the last in the last presentation. And then in federal court, a lot of these actions are going to come under either UDJA, Uniform Declaratory Judgment Act, where they're asking the court to declare what the rule, let's say a district's rule means, or an equal protection or takings claim, which would be filed under 42 USC 1983. And as I was saying earlier, to get into federal court, that claim has to come under a federal question. And to repeat myself, equal protection, takings, and declaratory judgments those are sort of the what we see the most when groundwater conservation districts are being sued. That's not an exhaustive list, but those are generally the cases. Federal court can hear state claims only if the federal claim and the state claim form part of the same case or controversy. So in order to get supplemental jurisdiction, those claims have to arise out of the same facts. And there's a lot of case law on that and a lot of litigation over that, but that's the general rule. And a federal court may decline the state claims. They might say, hey, we're not going to focus on the state claims. We're only going to look at the federal claims. And the reason for that is because the state law oftentimes might be dealing, especially with groundwater, with a novel or complex issue. So they are not necessarily required to hear the state claim. So just some examples. If somebody were to file a lawsuit under 36-251 on say, a decision that a groundwater conservation district makes, say a district were to deny or grant a permit of less than what was asked for, and not attach any federal claim, then there would be no federal claim, and so there's no federal jurisdiction. If, on the other hand, though, they attach a takings claim, for instance, then that grants the federal court jurisdiction. Okay, so some differences between state and federal court. I think I was asked to kind of go over this because there's been an ongoing conversation about the viability of, for groundwater conservation districts, or for landowners, frankly, to sue groundwater conservation districts in federal court. Does that improve their position? Does that, what are the differences there? So I'm going to go through a few of those. On the question of immunity, as you all probably know, directors enjoy immunity from official votes and actions. In federal court, they have what's called qualified immunity. Immune unless the director action is objectively unreasonable in light of the legal rules that were clearly established at the time of the action. So there is a narrow exception for immunity. As far as fee shifting goes, we've had a lot of talk about that at this summit so far. As you probably know, that if you're sued in state court, that attorney fee, the 36066 mandates that if the GCD wins, prevails in that particular scenario, in that claim, that the judge will award attorney's fees. That's not the case in federal court generally. It depends on the federal claim. There are some claims where a federal judge has the authority, has the discretion to award fees under certain circumstances, and I'll cover those a little bit in the next couple of slides. One of the biggest questions, I think, from a GCD perspective is the cost of litigation. Generally speaking, federal litigation is just going to cost a lot more. There's more attorney work involved, there's more research and writing and briefing, and so federal court costs can get pretty high. And then timing, these are very general rules, so it could be different depending on what the intricacies of a case are, but generally speaking, federal court's a bit quicker process than going through state courts. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this particular slide. There are some perceptions out there of particular, say, benefits or cons to filing, say, in state court versus federal court. One perception in particular is that landowners won't have to pay GCD attorney fees. That's generally the case, but there are several statutes, including 42 U.S. 1983, which is the is where you're going to bring a takings or a equal protection claim under that allow discretion to the judge to award fees to the prevailing party. But if the prevailing party is, in this case, a defendant, say a GCD defendant, the GCD would have to show in that type, and to be awarded attorney's fees, that the lawsuit was brought, or that particular claim was brought frivolously. GCDs don't enjoy 11th Amendment immunity. That perception, that's a correct perception. The Fifth Circuit ruled in the Brazos Valley case that the Brazos Valley GCD was not an arm of the state for that particular purpose under the 11th Amendment. And then, of course, the big one is a federal court is more likely to find that a Texas groundwater law, a GCD's rules, or a GCD action violates the Equal Protection or Takings Clause of the United States Constitution. That perception is only a perception. There's really no evidence to suggest that one court is more favorable than another. And so, of course, the facts and circumstances of each case are going to determine that. Okay, so key points on federal jurisdiction of suits involving GCDs. Federal courts have jurisdiction over any claim arising under federal law. We covered that. Federal courts would only have supplemental jurisdiction over state claims. Bringing a state claim in federal court could complicate things. So I put that in there because when you're a landowner and you're trying to figure out if you're going to sue a GCD in federal court or state court, you're really going to look and see, does this court have the qualifications or the experience to understand the novel complexities of the case? And since groundwater law tends to, the facts are always very different, in particular to whatever that resource is. It's very fact intensive, it's very science based, and so really you're going to ask yourself the question, is this court going to rule on just law and not look at these intricacies, or is a state court better equipped to do that? GCDs would still be entitled to attorney fees if they prevail in state claims in federal court. So if for instance, a federal court has supplemental jurisdiction over a state claim, if I'm representing a GCD, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I'm going to make that argument to try to get those fees if there's a state claim that the court is ruling on. So it might be in the interest of the landowner to not engage a state claim. So if it's too complicated to bring in that state claim, it might be in the best interest of the landowner to not bring it in at all and just focus on that takings or equal protection or Uniform Declaratory Judgment Act claim. Some other federal court considerations. Federal judges are not elected. Federal judges may be less familiar with the complexities of Texas groundwater law. We kind of discussed that a little bit. Attorney fees could be awarded to either party depending on the federal claim. But again, there's that exception that if the GCD is a defendant and they're trying to get attorney fees awarded, they're going to have to show that claim was brought frivolously. I'm not going to cover this because I'm running out of time, and I think we've already covered it throughout this summit. But essentially, it's this 36066 conversation at the legislature. SB 152. Had that one provision that was trying to sort of, quote unquote, level the playing field, between the GCD and the landowner with regard to attorney's fees. The reality is, I think that, typically attorney's fees are an afterthought to the merits of a case. We're talking about this in order to level the playing field, so to speak, to give more access to landowners to the courts. I'm sure everyone's got an opinion on that, so I'm not going to dive into that too much. I think we've already covered this. Key takeaways. So can GCDs be sued in federal court? Yes, obviously. So long as that case arises under federal law. Federal courts are becoming more attractive for landowners because of these perceptions that we've talked about. But I'll reiterate the fact that these are perceptions. There is no evidence to suggest that landowner is more likely to prevail in federal court than state court. It is more difficult to recover attorney fees in federal court as a GCD, but generally you're going to enjoy the same defenses and authorities and such in state court as you would in federal court. The law does not change. And to go back to that 36.066, I think you heard Senator Perry earlier, that issue has not died. It sounds like he's going to bring that back next session. And so there'll be a continued debate over that bill and particularly the attorney fees issue. And if there's one thing I think I'll leave you with today is that if you're talking about cost of litigation, really the best way to defend yourself if you're a GCD is to equip yourself with a good insurance policy or risk pool, and that way you can be prepared to defend yourself in these court cases. So that's all I have.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Kelly. I know I am standing now between you and the end of the conference, so I appreciate being here today and talking to you a little bit about federal litigation of interest. So today I'm going to be talking about 3 cases here. These are federal cases in front of the Supreme Court of the United States that have the potential down the line to affect groundwater in Texas. These are in various stages of litigation, and some we expect will be litigated further. So as we went, we kind of got loftier. We're now at the United States Supreme Court, so the effects are less clear on groundwater in Texas, but we're going to talk about some overall themes and some issues to watch. So the first 2 cases here are Texas versus New Mexico and Mississippi versus Tennessee. Cole just touched on some jurisdictional issues. This is a different type of jurisdiction. This is original jurisdiction before the Supreme Court of the United States, which is kind of a unique thing, so I thought I would just do a brief overview of what that looks like. There are a couple of ways to get in front of the Supreme Court, and the normal way is to start at the lower courts for all of these cases and to move on up, and then the court will act as the final appellate review. But there's a different way, and that is when the Supreme Court has original jurisdiction. In that instance, they're acting as a trial court. That's only for particular cases. In this case, Texas versus New Mexico and Mississippi versus Tennessee, it's when 2 states want to file a claim against each other. There are also some instances if the United States is versus a state or other instances like that. But here, the Supreme Court is hearing this case for the first time. And the Supreme Court is really not set up to be a trial court, so what they do is they appoint a special master, and a special master essentially tries the case and then makes a recommendation to the Supreme Court, and they have the final ruling. Another little background here, what I'm talking about is interstate water courses, typically rivers, that are either flowing from one state into another or they act as a border for the states, but both states touch the river. So there's 3 basic ways to allocate those interstate water supplies that are shared by states. The first way is apportionment. It can be judicial apportionment or legislative apportionment, and the other is if you enter into a compact. So equitable apportionment is the Supreme Court basically telling you going forward how you're going to share the water. It's the equitable apportionment doctrine in the Supreme Court was established in the very early 1900s, and it's a remedy for when you get into a conflict with another state. Basically, one state will come and say, hey, we have this shared resource, we think this other state is taking too much, and we've been harmed by this. So Supreme Court, can you step in and decide how much water we're each entitled to going forward? And the Supreme Court will make that determination. The other way is if you want to enter into a compact with another state. And a lot of states have done this because they want a seat at the table and they want to be able to negotiate their own water rights with the other state rather than have the Supreme Court tell them what to do. So that's a more tailored approach. So what I'm going to do now, because time is short, I'm just going to go through the facts of Texas versus New Mexico and then the facts of Mississippi versus Tennessee, and then we're going to talk about kind of the combined effects that we can see on Texas groundwater. So the first is Texas versus New Mexico, and I know you've heard about a lot of these cases before because this one and the Mississippi case have both been here for, we're going on 8 years, I think, for both of them. But I'll give you a brief reminder on what Texas versus New Mexico is. In 1906, the United States entered into a treaty with Mexico to deliver a certain amount of water annually upon the completion of a dam in the Elephant Butte Reservoir in New Mexico, which was part of the Rio Grande project. Then in 1939, 3 states, New Mexico, Texas, and Colorado, entered into the Rio Grande Compact, which was approved then by Congress. And that's essentially an agreement that requires, in relevant part for this lawsuit, New Mexico to deliver water to that Elephant Butte Reservoir, which importantly is not on the border of New Mexico and Texas. So there's land in between in New Mexico before we get to the border. So what Texas is contending here is that New Mexico is improperly allowing groundwater and surface water diversions in between that delivery point in the reservoir and the border, which is decreasing the amount of water that Texas is actually receiving. We also have the United States has intervened. That's on the basis that the groundwater pumping in question also impacts its treaty with Mexico. And then we have the kind of local contention for the amicus parties, where it's the irrigation districts and the on-the-ground local entities in Texas and New Mexico. The other thing that's important here is the hydrogeology. So we have the Rio Grande River, and then under that is the Mesilla Bolson and the Hueco Bolson aquifer. Both of these aquifers are in different ways in New Mexico, Texas, and Mexico to just varying degrees. So we're talking about pumping within these aquifers that impact then that project. So with that in mind, New Mexico has also filed a counterclaim, and that counterclaim says, actually, you know what? Pumping in Texas on those aquifers is contributing to what they say is the loss in water. And then there's no claims by or against Colorado because they're north of this. So these are kind of the major rulings to date. I won't go through that, but I did just want to point out that the first phase of trial on this was supposed to be in September in a couple of weeks. They pushed that back a little bit, but we are looking to go before a special master in mid-October, so stay tuned on that one. The other one I want to talk about is Mississippi versus Tennessee. This case is a really interesting case. Essentially, Mississippi thinks that Tennessee is stealing its groundwater, and they want to be paid for that. So they don't actually, it's not actually an equitable apportionment case. I think it's more properly just not a compact case because Mississippi does not want the Supreme Court to equitably apportion this groundwater. They want damages for it, and they want it all. So this is it's the Middle Claiborne Aquifer, the Sparta Sands. It spans 8 different states, and it's underneath both Mississippi and Tennessee. But Mississippi's point here, so they brought a case against really the utility on the side of, in Tennessee, the Memphis utility, and then the city of Memphis and Tennessee. But really what Mississippi is contending is that they have a sub-aquifer that is underneath just Mississippi, that it's a part of this overall aquifer, and that aquifer is pretty well confined, and it has good groundwater, and it wouldn't be depleted for generations, but for, on the Tennessee side, they have massive pumping operations and high-tech pumps, and they're creating a cone of depression, and they're taking some of Mississippi's groundwater. So Mississippi does not want this to be apportioned between the 2 states. It just wants it all. So instead of the equitable apportionment claim, it has brought trespass and conversion claims, and it's seeking over $600 million from Tennessee. So Tennessee has said, you know, whoa, 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 this is not the way that we do this. They've said, 1, the aquifer is in fact a shared interstate resource and it should be equitably apportioned because that is the remedy that the Supreme Court has laid out when you have a shared resource like this. So it turns out the special master agrees with Tennessee here, and they went ahead and did an evidentiary hearing because when a special master takes a case, they try to make the record as clear as possible for the Supreme Court to review. But they did an evidentiary hearing and they found that, in fact, this is a shared resource, evidenced by, lots of different reasons, but also because the fact that Tennessee can affect this aquifer means that it's probably connected in some way. So they have dismissed Mississippi with prejudice so that they can go and refile an equitable apportionment claim. This is also set to go to trial in October. So the U.S. Supreme Court will hear oral arguments, so October is going to be an interesting month at the Supreme Court. What lessons can we take from this? Interstate litigation. Obviously, we can, if you're like in the New Mexico, 5 minutes, that does sneak up on you. Texas versus New Mexico case. That's going to affect El Paso, that's going to affect other pumpers in that actual area, but in a broader sense, there's an increasing number in these original jurisdiction cases before the Supreme Court as water gets more scarce, and it is increasingly involving groundwater. The date of these compacts in question for compact litigation is important because a lot of these were entered into in the 1930s through the 50s when they were really allocating surface water, and they recognized a connection between the surface water and the groundwater. But when we have these compact litigation cases, a big issue has been whether or not that compact takes into account the groundwater and to what extent. So that's been litigated a couple times, and when it's beneficial to a state to argue that, this is just surface water, it's not groundwater, it's never a defined term, the Supreme Court has really said, there is a connection between the groundwater and surface water. But the hydrogeology has been very important. So these cases have really turned into battles of the experts. It's not only a shared aquifer, but as we see by Mississippi, Tennessee, it's a subunit of a shared aquifer and how much that all matters. So that's been a huge part of these cases. Another part is the differing state groundwater laws. Some of this Supreme Court litigation over the years has led to legislative changes in various states. They either change because they've lost something. For instance, in 1945, Kansas essentially rewrote its water code because it had been involved in some compact litigation, and it had a river that it really wanted and didn't get the amount that it wanted, so it made some pretty big changes. More recently, in 2007, Nebraska made some tweaks to its water code in response to one of these cases. So it doesn't have to be a huge legislative change. It could be minor tweaks. It could be statewide. It could just affect a small area. There's a lot of unknowns there, but often these types of cases can be a vehicle for legislative change. And then lastly, equitable apportionment for a groundwater case only. So the Mississippi versus Tennessee, all of the other compact cases are involving, like for instance, the Rio Grande River, and we have the two aquifers that are under it. But Mississippi is just fighting over an aquifer. So equitable apportionment has not been applied just to the aquifer. And the interesting thing out of Mississippi and Tennessee is that if they do get dismissed and refile it, we could see that case come out. And the other interesting thing out of that is they tried to bring some really interesting claims and bring some damage claims, huge damage claims against another state. And I think that it looks like that's not going to fly. There were amicus parties. Most of the states that are in compacts all filed amicus briefs and said, we have the bounds here. We have compacts and we have equitable apportionment. And Mississippi is trying to get damages for something that Tennessee really doesn't have a duty to them, at least under the law as it is now. So that's an important piece in applying that to Texas, is that for a second there, it looked like there may be some unknown thing where you can just seek damages. Then lastly, in my maybe 2 minutes, that's plenty of time. So lastly, I'll just briefly touch on the County of Maui versus the Hawaii Wildlife Fund. This is a case that I believe you've heard about before in this conference, but the County of Maui's wastewater facility treated water. So they have treated effluent and they inject it into groundwater wells very close to the Pacific Ocean. So what happens is they didn't need a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Program permit, which you need for discharges into point sources and navigable waters like the Pacific Ocean. But they didn't need that because they injected groundwater, and the groundwater migrates to the Pacific Ocean. So this case was all about whether or not discharging that pollutant into that groundwater that is hydrologically connected to surface water, if that could be encapsulated under the Clean Water Act. And the Supreme Court held that yes, it could. So not only now when there's a direct discharge into navigable waters, but when there is a functional equivalent of a direct discharge into waters. So the important piece there is that some groundwater may be regulated under the Clean Water Act through the NPDES system, and in Texas, the implementation is the Texas version. And there are some other types of permits that you have to get if you're applying wastewater in a different way through Texas. But here it would pull it into the Clean Water Act. But I think the important part here is that this functional equivalent test is not very well defined. And in fact, in the dissents and the opinions, some other justices said, how are we going to apply this? So I think it's going to look a lot like the significant nexus test looks like in a different aspect of the Clean Water Act. That came out of a 2006 Supreme Court case, and we've had EPA guidance and litigation and all trying to define what a significant nexus is. So it looks like this is set up in the same manner, and we're going to need some more litigation and guidance to see how that actually is going to apply. And that's all. Thank you. I gave these guys a really hard job, and they did an amazing, amazing job. I do, though, want to, and I didn't mention this to you, but we went really fast, and I know we're at the end of the conference, but I do want to give you all, you've been sitting there now if you went early, time thinking, what didn't I say? So I want to pass the mic around and give you guys just 1 minute if there's like one closing thought or point in your presentation that you didn't get an opportunity to make that you want to leave with the group. Let you do that before we wrap up for today. And Monique, why don't I start with you?
Hi. Okay. I still don't have the privilege of slowing down how I speak. I think one of the issues I didn't talk very much about Fazzino in that, and it was a little bit leaking into what I was saying about rules in Lost Pines, is that the issue of applying your rules prospectively, when that's what basically Brazos Valley did. They had existing wells, adopted the rules, the adoption date was the cutoff. You apply the new production acreage rules and spacing rules to new wells. That's what the equal protection summary judgment said. There are two distinct classes. It's rational basis. So I think that's really good for groundwater districts about if you're at 2 acre feet and you're going down to 1 acre feet based on Chapter 36 and the hydrology, you apply those prospectively, you can do those. And you're acknowledging investment expectations, avoiding takings lawsuits, but then you are trying to limit damage as your authority to do under Chapter 36. So I think that's really important about prospective rules.
Yeah, so I guess the one thing that I didn't cover that I would like to have spent a little bit more time on is that, when talking about litigation, whether it's in state court or federal court, the best defense is going to be what you do before you get to court. The decisions that you're making every day on permits, the rules that you're enforcing, that you're treating people fairly, working with landowners, et cetera, those are the types of things that are going to keep you out of court, or when you get into court, equip you with a good defense. So that's what I have.
And I would just say, I think I covered most of it and may have covered this too, but just that Texas we have many aquifers. We have 9 big aquifers and 22 smaller and several river compacts. So the extent that the groundwater will be important in those compacts, what I wanted to make clear was that for Mississippi versus Tennessee, that is just a special master recommendation. So the Supreme Court can do whatever they want. They can adopt that or they cannot. So that really is something we still need to stay tuned on, and I wanted to make sure I didn't make it sound like it was, thrown out.
Thanks for giving more time.
I didn't mean to cut you off mid-sentence. I really
No, it's fine. And I said mostly what I wanted to say, but I think the key takeaway is that, you want to look back at your enforcement program. I mean, you have all the authority you need to kind of hold up your charge, protect the aquifer. But I think if you have a good enforcement program that kind of pulls in those pre-suit settlement options, I mean, it's a win-win in order to avoid some of these lengthy, costly battles seeking those civil penalties. And watch out for Mountain Pure.
Thank you so much. Let's give this panel a round of applause. Okay, don't leave yet. Last announcements, I'm gonna go really fast. So first thing is our exhibitor bingo winners. Thanks to those of you who visited all of our exhibitors, $100 Amazon gift cards are going to Kirk Campbell and Michaela Pedraza. So congratulations on that. And then we're going to send out a survey via email. Encourage you to do that. Give us feedback. I know, this was our first time back. We needed to work out some kinks after our hiatus and figuring out things with COVID, but appreciate you all coming with us, being here with us, bearing with us as we work through that, and we absolutely welcome your feedback with that survey. And then finally, just thank you. Thank you to our sponsors, our exhibitors, speakers, all of you, for making this such a great event. I know we were all dying to get back together, and I feel like it was well worth it. So thank you for being here. Thanks for all of you who participated via live stream. We hope that we're able to welcome you back into the fold next year, but if not, we're gonna keep that live stream available going forward as well. And with that, thanks for being part of the summit. Thanks for your support. Stay safe, travel safe. Until next time.